Welcome to another soothing journey through the annals of history. Tonight, we'll explore the fascinating yet mundane details of life in ancient China, medieval Europe, and other bygone eras. As we delve into these historical facts, you'll discover why you wouldn't last a day in these times. So, settle in, close your eyes, and let the gentle waves of boring history lull you to sleep. Our first stop takes us to the intricate world of ancient Chinese dynasties, where daily life was far from the romanticized tailies we often hear. Welcome, dear listeners, to another soothing journey through the annals of history. I'm your guide, ready to lull you into a peaceful slumber with tailies from bygone eras. Tonight, we'll explore the challenges of life in ancient China, the peculiarities of medieval Europe, and other fascinating, yet soporific historical tidbits. So, settle in, close your eyes, and let the gentle waves of boring history wash over you, carrying you off to dreamland. As the first rays of sunlight peek through the paper windows of your humble dwelling in ancient China, you stir from your slumber. The year is 200 BCE, during the tumultuous Han Dynasty, and you're about to experience a day that would challenge even the hardiest of modern individuals. Your eyes flutter open, adjusting to the dim light filtering through the thin rice paper screens. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and smoldering embers from last night's fire. You're not lounging on a plush mattress, but rather a simple straw mat laid directly on the packed dirt floor. Your back aches from the hard surface, a constant companion in your daily life. As you sit up, you notice the chill in the air. There's no central heating here, and the fire in the small hearth has long since died out. You shiver, pulling your thin hemp robe tighter around your body. It's the only piece of clothing you own, and it serves as both your day and night attire. Your stomach growls, reminding you that it's time for the first meal of the day. But before you can even think about food, there are chores to be done. You stand up, your joints creaking in protest, and make your way to the door of your one-room home. Stepping outside, you're greeted by the bustling sounds of your village coming to life. The air is filled with the crowing of roosters and the distant lowing of oxen. Your neighbors are already up and about, preparing for another day of backbreaking labor in the rice fields. Your first task of the day is to fetch water. You grab a heavy clay jug and make your way to the village well. The walk is not long, but the uneven dirt path makes each step a potential hazard. As you approach the well, you see a small crowd has already gathered. You'll have to wait your turn. While you wait, you overhear snippets of conversation. There are whispers of increased taxes from the local magistrate and rumors of barbarian raids on the northern borders. Such news would usually be cause for concern, but in ancient China, it's just another day. Finally, it's your turn at the well. You lower your jug into the dark depths, feeling the rope strain against your calloused hands. As you pull it back up, the weight of the water-filled jug threatens to topple Your muscles scream in protest, but you've done this countless times before. You steady yourself and begin the arduous journey back home. Back at your dwelling, you set about starting a fire. There's no convenient gas stove or electric kettle here. Instead, you kneel before the hearth, striking flint against steel. Sparks fly, catching the dry tinder. You blow gently, coaxing the tiny flame to life. It's a skill you've honed over years, essential for survival in this era. With the fire crackling, you prepare a simple breakfast of millet porridge. The grains are coarse, nothing like the refined cereals of the future. You add a pinch of salt, a luxury in these times, and stir the pot hanging over the fire. The aroma of cooking food fills your small home, momentarily masking the ever-present smell of smoke and unwashed bodies. As you wait for your porridge to cook, you begin to dress for the day ahead. Your hemp robe is supplemented by a pair of rough cloth trousers and sandals made from woven straw. There are no soft fabrics or comfortable shoes here. Everything is designed for functionality and durability. You take a moment to run your fingers through your hair, attempting to tame the unruly locks. There are no mirrors in your home, no way to check your appearance. Personal grooming is a luxury reserved for the wealthy elite. For common folk like yourself, cleanliness is a constant battle against the elements and your laborious lifestyle. Your breakfast now ready, you sit cross-legged on the floor, cradling the warm bowl in your hands. The porridge is bland and lumpy, but it's sustenance, fuel for the long day ahead. You eat quickly, knowing that every moment of daylight is precious in the agrarian society of ancient China. As you finish your meal, you hear a commotion outside. The village crier is making his rounds, shouting news and announcements. You step out to listen, joining your neighbors who have gathered in the narrow, muddy street. The crier's voice rings out, declaring that all able-bodied men are required for a new construction project on the Great Wall. Your heart sinks. Such projects often mean months of backbreaking labor far from home, with many never returning. The news casts a somber mood over the village. You exchange worried glances with your neighbors, but there's no time to dwell on it now. The sun is climbing higher in the sky, and the fields won't tend themselves. You gather your tools, a crude hoe and a woven basket, and prepare to head out for a day of grueling work under the unforgiving sun. As you leave your home, you can't help but reflect on the harsh realities of life in ancient China. Every day is a struggle for survival, filled with backbreaking labor, uncertainty, and the ever-present specter of famine, disease, and war. Yet, this is the only life you know, and you face it with the resilience that has defined your people for generations. As we delve deeper into the harsh realities of ancient China, let's turn our attention to the living conditions that most people endured. Far from the opulent palaces of emperors, the average citizen's home was a far cry from comfort. In ancient China, the majority of the population lived in what we might consider primitive dwellings, These homes were typically small, single-story structures made from readily available materials like mud, wood, and thatch. The walls were often constructed using a technique called wattle and daub, where a woven lattice of wooden strips was covered with a mixture of wet soil, clay, sand, and straw. The roofs of these humble abodes were usually thatched with straw or reed, providing minimal protection from the elements. During heavy rains, it wasn't uncommon for these roofs to leak, creating puddles inside the living space. In winter, the cold would seep through the thin walls and roof, making the interior frigid and uncomfortable. Windows, if they existed at all, were small openings covered with paper or thin cloth. Glass was a luxury reserved for the wealthy, so most homes had little natural light and poor ventilation. This lack of proper airflow meant that smoke from cooking fires and heating braziers would often linger inside, creating a hazy, irritating atmosphere. Speaking of heating, staying warm in winter was a constant challenge. Most homes had a kang, a raised platform made of brick or clay that served as both a bed and a heating system. A fire would be lit underneath the kang, with the smoke channeled through a series of flues before exiting through a chimney. While ingenious, this system was far from perfect, often leaving rooms unevenly heated and filled with smoke. The floor of these dwellings was typically bare earth, sometimes covered with reed mats. This made cleaning difficult and allowed pests like rats and insects to easily enter the living space. Imagine trying to sleep while sharing your bed with various creepy crawlies. Not exactly a restful night's sleep. Privacy was a luxury that most ancient Chinese couldn't afford. Extended families often shared a single room with only thin screens or curtains separating sleeping areas. Personal space was virtually non-existent, and the concept of alone time would have been foreign to most people. Sanitation was another major issue in these cramped quarters. Indoor plumbing was unheard of for the average citizen. Instead, people used chamber pots or simply went outside to relieve themselves. The waste was then collected and used as fertilizer for crops, a practical solution, but one that contributed to the spread of disease and unpleasant odors throughout neighborhoods. Water had to be fetched from wells or nearby rivers, a time-consuming and labor-intensive task that often fell to women and children. The water quality was frequently poor, leading to widespread waterborne illnesses. Bathing was infrequent, and most people washed using a small basin of heated water if they had access to it at all. During the hot, humid summers, these poorly ventilated homes became stifling. With no fans or air conditioning, people would often sleep outside or on the roof to escape the oppressive heat. However, this exposed them to mosquitoes and other biting insects, which could carry deadly diseases like malaria. In urban areas, the housing situation was even more dire. Cities were overcrowded, with families crammed into tiny, multi-story buildings. These structures were often shoddily constructed and prone to collapse or fire. The narrow streets between buildings were filled with garbage and human waste, creating a breeding ground for rats and disease-carrying pests. Natural disasters posed a constant threat to these fragile dwellings. Earthquakes could reduce entire neighborhoods to rubble in minutes, while floods could wash away homes built near rivers. The flammable materials used in construction meant that fires spread quickly, often consuming large sections of towns and cities before they could be contained. It's worth noting that while the housing conditions for the average person in ancient China were challenging, the wealthy and powerful lived in much more comfortable circumstances. The stark contrast between the living conditions of the elite and the common people was a source of social tension throughout much of Chinese history. As you drift off to sleep, try to imagine spending just one night in such a dwelling. The hard kang beneath you, smoke irritating your eyes and lungs, the sounds of your entire family sleeping around you, and the constant worry about pests, disease, and natural disasters. It's a far cry from the comforts we take for granted today, isn't it? As we continue our journey through ancient China, let's explore the realm of food and nutrition. The diet of the average ancient Chinese person was vastly different from what we're accustomed to today, and it might surprise you to learn just how challenging it was to maintain proper nutrition. Rice, as you might expect, was a staple food in ancient China, particularly in the south, where it was easier to cultivate. However, it wasn't always readily available to everyone. The northern regions relied more heavily on millet and wheat. These grains formed the foundation of most meals, but they were often stretched thin to feed large families. Vegetables were an important part of the ancient Chinese diet, with common varieties including soybeans, cucumbers, and various leafy greens. However, the availability of fresh produce was highly seasonal, and preservation techniques were limited. During harsh winters or times of drought, many people struggled to find enough nutritious vegetables to eat. Meat was a luxury that most common people couldn't afford to eat regularly. When available, it was often used sparingly as a flavoring rather than a main dish. Pork was the most common meat, followed by chicken and fish in coastal areas. The wealthy might enjoy more exotic meats like deer or wild boar, but for the average person, meat was a rare treat. One interesting aspect of ancient Chinese nutrition was the concept of food as medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasized the importance of balancing hot and cold foods to maintain health. This belief system influenced dietary choices and sometimes led to nutritional imbalances when taken to extremes. Salt was another crucial element in the ancient Chinese diet, not just for flavor, but for preservation. However, Salt was often heavily taxed and could be expensive, leading to salt deficiencies in some populations. This could result in goiter, a swelling of the thyroid gland, which was a common health issue in certain regions. Water quality was a significant concern in ancient China. Many people drank tea not just for its flavor or medicinal properties, but because the boiling process made the water safer to drink. However, the poor often had to rely on untreated water from rivers or wells, which could lead to waterborne diseases. Malnutrition was a persistent problem, especially among the lower classes. During times of famine or war, people might resort to eating tree bark, grass, or even clay to stave off hunger. These desperate measures often led to severe health problems and shortened lifespans. The ancient Chinese did have some sophisticated cooking techniques, including stir-frying and steaming, which helped preserve nutrients in food. However, the lack of refrigeration meant that food spoilage was a constant concern. Many dishes were heavily salted or pickled to extend their shelf life, which could lead to high sodium intake. Interestingly, the chopsticks we associate with Chinese cuisine weren't always the primary eating utensil. In earlier periods, people often ate with their hands or used spoons. Chopsticks gradually became more common, starting as cooking tools before being adopted for eating. For the wealthy elite, banquets could be elaborate affairs with numerous dishes. However, these feasts often emphasized quantity and exotic ingredients over nutritional balance. Overeating and obesity were sometimes problems among the upper classes, while the poor struggled with getting enough to eat. Children in ancient China faced particular nutritional challenges. Infants were typically breastfed, but weaning foods were often inadequate in nutrients. Rice gruel was a common food for young children, but its low protein and micronutrient content could lead to malnutrition and stunted growth. The ancient Chinese did have some understanding of the importance of a varied diet. The concept of fan grains and kai side dishes encouraged people to eat a combination of foods. However, economic constraints often made it difficult for people to achieve this ideal balance. In conclusion, while ancient Chinese cuisine laid the foundation for one of the world's great culinary traditions, the daily reality for most people was far from gourmet. Nutritional deficiencies, limited food variety, and the constant threat of famine made eating in ancient China a challenge that many modern people would struggle to overcome. As we delve deeper into ancient China, let's explore the intricate world of work and social status. Imagine yourself transported back in time, thrust into a society where your birth determines your fate, and your daily life is a constant struggle for survival and recognition. In ancient China, social hierarchy was not just a concept, but a way of life. At the top of the pyramid sat the emperor, believed to be the son of heaven. Below him were the scholar officials, a class of educated elites who passed rigorous examinations to earn their positions in government. You, however, would likely find yourself among the common people, farmers, artisans, or merchants. Farmers, though respected for their essential role in feeding the nation, led lives of back-breaking labor. From dawn to dusk, you toil in the fields, planting rice or tending to crops, always at the mercy of unpredictable weather and potential famines. If you were an artisan, your days would be filled with skilled labor, crafting everything from intricate jade carvings to practical household items. While your work might be appreciated, your social status would remain low, and you'd struggle to climb the social ladder. Merchants, despite often being wealthy, were paradoxically at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Confucian philosophy viewed profit-seeking as less honorable than scholarly pursuits or manual labor. As a merchant, you'd face social stigma and legal restrictions, even if your pockets were lined with silver. For women in ancient China, life was particularly challenging. Bound by strict Confucian principles, you'd be expected to be subservient to men throughout your life, first to your father, then your husband, and finally your son. Your worth would often be measured by your ability to bear sons and manage the household. Education, a ticket to a better life in modern times, was a luxury reserved primarily for boys from wealthy families. If you were born into a poor family, or as a girl, your chances of receiving formal education would be slim to none. Instead, you'd likely be put to work as soon as you were physically capable, contributing to your family's survival. The concept of social mobility as we know it today was almost non-existent in ancient China. The class you were born into would likely be the one you'd die in. The rare exceptions were those who managed to pass the imperial examinations, but this path was fraught with intense competition and required years of dedicated study, a luxury few could afford. Your daily work life would be grueling by modern standards. A typical workday would start before sunrise and end after sunset, with few breaks in between. There were no weekends off, no paid vacations, and certainly no concept of work-life balance. Your life would revolve around your work, whether it was tending to crops, crafting goods, or managing a shop. Occupational hazards were numerous and often deadly. If you were a miner, for instance, you'd face the constant threat of cave-ins, toxic fumes, and lung diseases. As a construction worker building the Great Wall, you might be one of the millions who perished during its construction, your body becoming part of the very structure you were building. Even if you managed to secure a coveted position as a scholar official, your life wouldn't be easy. The pressure to perform your duties flawlessly would be immense, as failure could result in severe punishment, including exile or execution. The emperor's whims could elevate you to great heights or plunge you into disgrace at a moment's notice. In this rigid social structure, the concept of individual rights, as we understand them today, was non-existent. Your life would be governed by a complex web of social obligations and expectations. Failure to meet these could result in severe consequences, from social ostracism to legal punishments. As we reflect on the harsh realities of work and social status in ancient China, it becomes clear that surviving in such a society would require not just physical endurance, but also a mental fortitude to accept one's place in a world where change and progress were measured not in years, but in dynasties. The comforts and freedoms we take for granted today were unimaginable luxuries in a time when every day was a test of survival and acceptance of one's predetermined role in society. As we delve deeper into ancient China, let's explore an aspect of daily life that would make your modern existence seem like a luxury vacation: health and medicine. Brace yourself for a journey through a world where your chances of survival were as slim as a silk thread. In ancient China, the average life expectancy hovered around a mere 35 years. Now, before you start feeling smug about our modern longevity, remember that this low number was largely due to high infant mortality rates. If you managed to survive childhood, you might make it to your 50s or 60s. But don't get too excited. Those extra years were often filled with ailments that would make you wish for a quick end. Let's start with the basics: hygiene. In ancient China, the concept of germs was as foreign as smartphones. People believed that diseases were caused by imbalances in the body's qi, or life force. While this led to some innovative practices like acupuncture, it also meant that basic sanitation was often overlooked. Imagine living in a crowded city where sewage flowed freely in the streets. The smell alone would be enough to make you gag. But the real danger lurked in the invisible pathogens breeding in these filthy conditions. Typhoid, cholera, and dysentery were constant companions, ready to strike at any moment. Speaking of constant companions, let's talk about parasites. Intestinal worms were so common that they were considered a normal part of life. These unwelcome guests would feast on your nutrients, leaving you malnourished and weak. And if you thought deworming was a simple process, think again. Ancient Chinese remedies for parasites included drinking mercury, yes, the toxic metal, or consuming pungent herbs that would make your taste buds beg for mercy. Now, let's say you managed to avoid the parasites and waterborne diseases. Don't breathe a sigh of relief just yet. The air itself was a potential killer. In cities, the smoke from countless cooking fires and primitive industries filled the air with pollutants. Respiratory diseases were rampant, and without modern treatments, a simple cold could easily turn into a life-threatening pneumonia. But surely, you think, they must have had some form of medical care. Well, yes, but it might make you long for the good old days of leeches and bloodletting. Traditional Chinese medicine while innovative in many ways, also had its fair share of questionable practices. Take, for example, the treatment for headaches. One popular remedy involved drilling a small hole in the skull to release evil spirits. This practice, known as trepanation, was performed without anesthesia using crude tools. Imagine enduring excruciating pain only to be left with a hole in your head, and probably still having that headache. If you were lucky enough to avoid the drill, you might instead be prescribed a concoction made from exotic animal parts. Tiger bones, rhinoceros horns, and bear bile were all common ingredients in traditional remedies. Not only were these treatments often ineffective, but they also contributed to the endangerment of various species, a legacy that continues to impact wildlife conservation today. Let's not forget about dental health. In a world without toothbrushes or fluoride, your pearly whites wouldn't stay that way for long. Tooth decay was rampant, and the solutions were far from pleasant. Need a tooth pulled? The local blacksmith might double as a dentist, yanking out the offending molar with the same tools he used to shoe horses. For those with means, there were more sophisticated options, relatively speaking. Acupuncture, for instance, was used to treat a wide variety of ailments. While it has gained respect in modern times for certain applications, imagine being stuck with dozens of needles for ailments ranging from the common cold to broken bones. Speaking of broken bones, if you were unfortunate enough to suffer a fracture, your treatment options were limited. The concept of setting bones properly was still in its infancy. More often than not, you'd be left with a misaligned limb that never quite healed right, leaving you with a permanent limp or limited mobility. Childbirth, a dangerous endeavor even in modern times, was particularly perilous in ancient China. Without proper sanitation or understanding of anatomy, many women died in childbirth or shortly after due to infections. Those who survived often faced lifelong complications from difficult deliveries. In this world of limited medical knowledge, superstition often filled the gaps. Demons and angry spirits were believed to cause many illnesses, leading to treatments that focused more on exorcism than actual medical care. You might find yourself being subjected to loud noises, foul-smelling smoke, or even beatings to drive out the malevolent forces causing your ailment. As we wrap up this segment on health and medicine in ancient China, take a moment to appreciate the advances we've made. The next time you pop an aspirin for a headache or visit a dentist for a cleaning, remember that in ancient China, these simple acts of self-care were unimaginable luxuries. Your boring, modern life might just seem a little more appealing now, doesn't it? As we conclude our journey through ancient China, it's clear that life in this era was far from the romanticized vision often portrayed in movies or books. The harsh realities of daily existence would have tested even the most resilient among us. from the moment you woke up on your uncomfortable bed, you'd be thrust into a world of constant challenges. The air you breathed would be thick with smoke from cooking fires and industrial activities. Your clothes, made from coarse fabrics, would offer little comfort as you navigated the crowded, unsanitary streets. Your diet, while varied, would be a far cry from what we're accustomed to today. The constant threat of food shortages and the lack of modern preservation techniques meant that you'd often be consuming foods that were on the brink of spoilage. And let's not forget the ever-present risk of foodborne illnesses that could strike at any moment. The social hierarchy of ancient China would have been a constant source of stress. Whether you were a peasant toiling in the fields or a merchant navigating complex trade networks, the weight of societal expectations and rigid class structures would have been omnipresent. The fear of falling foul of local officials or incurring the wrath of the emperor would have loomed large in your mind. Perhaps most daunting of all would be the lack of modern medical knowledge. A simple cut or minor illness could quickly escalate into a life-threatening situation. The treatments available, often based on superstition or incomplete understanding of the human body, might have done more harm than good. And yet, despite all these hardships, the people of ancient China not only survived but thrived. They built magnificent structures, created breathtaking works of art, and developed philosophical and scientific ideas that continue to influence our world today. Their resilience in the face of what we would consider unbearable conditions is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. So, while it's true that most of us wouldn't last a day in ancient China, we can certainly appreciate the fortitude of those who lived through this challenging era. Their struggles and achievements have shaped the course of human history, leaving an indelible mark on our collective past. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to be grateful for the comforts and advancements of our modern world, while also reflecting on the incredible journey of human civilization that has brought us to where we are today. As the first rays of sunlight peek through the cracks of your small insula apartment in ancient Rome, you stir from your slumber. The hard mattress, stuffed with straw and wool, has left your back aching. But there's no time to linger. The day waits for no one in this bustling metropolis. You rise from your bed, which is little more than a wooden frame with ropes stretched across it. The room is small and cramped, shared with your entire family. Privacy is a luxury you can't afford in these crowded tenements that house the majority of Rome's population. Your first task of the day is to relieve yourself. There's no indoor plumbing here, so you reach for the chamber pot tucked away in the corner. The stench is overwhelming, but it's a familiar part of daily life. Later, you'll empty it into the public latrines, or, if you're less considerate, simply toss the contents out the window onto the street below. Next, it's time to get dressed. Your tunic, A simple garment made of wool or linen hangs on a peg on the wall. It's not particularly clean. Bathing and laundry are weekly affairs at best, but it'll have to do. You slip it on over your head, cinching it at the waist with a belt. As you prepare for the day, you can hear the city coming to life outside. The streets are already filling with the shouts of vendors, the clatter of carts, and the general din of thousands of people going about their business. The smell of freshly baked bread wafts up from the bakery on the ground floor of your building, making your stomach growl. Speaking of food, breakfast in ancient Rome is a simple affair. You break your fast with some leftover bread from yesterday, dipping it in watered-down wine. This might seem odd to modern sensibilities, but wine is safer to drink than water in these times, and it's a staple of the Roman diet. As you eat, you ponder the day ahead. If you're a plebeian, you might be heading to work as a shopkeeper, artisan, or laborer. If you're lucky enough to be a patrician, you might be preparing for a day of political maneuvering in the Forum. Either way, the streets of Rome await. Before you leave, you say a quick prayer to the household gods at the small shrine in your home. Religion is an integral part of Roman life, and these daily rituals are important for ensuring the gods' favor. Finally, you step out into the crowded street. The noise hits you like a wall. Rome is a city of 1 million people, and it seems like they're all out and about already. You have to watch your step. The streets are narrow and crowded, with no sidewalks to speak of. As you make your way through the city, you pass by shops and stalls selling everything from fresh produce to exotic spices from the far reaches of the empire. The smell of fish sauce, a popular condiment, mingles with the less pleasant odors of an ancient city without modern sanitation. You dodge carts and sedan chairs carrying the wealthy, who wouldn't dream of walking through the dirty streets. You also have to be wary of less savory characters. Pickpockets and thieves are common in the crowded thoroughfares. If you're heading to work, you might stop at a thermopolium, a kind of ancient fast food joint, for a quick bite. These establishments serve hot food and drinks to busy Romans on the go. The menu might include soups, stews, and the ever-present bread. As you continue your journey, you pass by some of Rome's famous landmarks. The Colosseum looms large, a testament to the empire's power and love of spectacle. The Forum bustles with activity as the center of Roman political and social life. But it's not all grandeur and glory. You also see the stark inequalities of Roman society. Slaves, who make up a significant portion of the population, go about their tasks at the behest of their masters. The gap between rich and poor is vast and visible in every aspect of daily life. As the morning wears on, the heat begins to build. Rome in the summer can be sweltering, and the crowded streets only make it worse. You long for a visit to the public baths, where you can cool off and socialize but that will have to wait until later. For now, you've reached your destination, ready to start your day in earnest. Whether you're a senator preparing for debates, a merchant opening your shop, or a laborer heading to a construction site, you're part of the great machine that is Rome, the eternal city, the center of the known world. As we journey through time, let's turn our attention to ancient Rome, where the housing conditions were far from the luxurious villas we often imagine. In fact, for the average Roman citizen, daily life was a struggle against cramped, unsanitary, and often dangerous living spaces. Picture yourself in the heart of Rome during the 1st century AD. The city is teeming with over 1 million inhabitants, making it the largest urban center in the ancient world. But with great population comes great housing problems. The vast majority of Romans lived in insulae, multi-story apartment buildings that would make modern building inspectors shudder. These structures, often hastily constructed with cheap materials, could rise up to 7 stories high. The higher you lived, the lower your social status, and the greater your risk of death by collapse or fire. Let's start our tour on the ground floor. Here, you might find small shops or taverns, their pungent odors wafting up through the building. As we climb the rickety stairs, be careful not to stumble. There's no lighting in these narrow, steep passageways. On the lower floors, we find the more spacious apartments, home to middle-class families. These might have multiple rooms and even rudimentary plumbing. But don't get too excited. Plumbing often meant a hole in the floor connected to an open sewer running beneath the building. As we ascend higher, the rooms become smaller and more crowded. Here, entire families might share a single room no larger than a modern bathroom. Privacy, a luxury you can't afford. Cooking, sleeping, and all other daily activities take place in this confined space. The upper floors are the domain of the poorest citizens. These tiny, windowless rooms, called cenacula, offer little protection from the elements. In summer, the heat is stifling. In winter, the cold seeps through the thin walls. There's no running water up here. Residents must trek down several flights of stairs to fetch water from public fountains. But the real danger comes at night. With no electricity, residents rely on oil lamps and candles for light. In these wooden structures, packed tightly together, a single spark could spell disaster. Fires were a constant threat, often sweeping through entire neighborhoods before they could be contained. And let's not forget about waste disposal. Without proper sanitation, residents often resorted to tossing their waste onto the streets below. Walking through a Roman neighborhood required constant vigilance and a strong stomach. The wealthy, of course, lived in much more comfortable conditions. Their domus, or private houses, featured open courtyards, elaborate frescoes, and even indoor plumbing. But for the vast majority of Romans, Such luxuries were unattainable dreams. Now, you might be wondering about building codes or safety regulations. While some did exist, they were often ignored or poorly enforced. Emperor Augustus limited the height of insulae to about 70 feet, but this law was frequently flouted by greedy landlords looking to maximize their profits. Speaking of landlords, tenant rights were virtually non-existent. Evictions could happen at a moment's notice, and there was little recourse for those living in substandard conditions. Rent was typically due monthly, and falling behind could quickly leave you on the streets. It's worth noting that these housing conditions weren't unique to Rome. As the empire expanded, similar apartment buildings sprang up in cities across the Mediterranean. From Ostia to Alexandria, the urban poor faced similar challenges in their daily lives. So the next time you complain about your noisy neighbors or that leaky faucet, remember, it could be much, much worse. You could be dodging chamber pots, fighting off rats, and praying that your building doesn't collapse in the night. In our modern world of building codes, fire safety, and indoor plumbing, it's hard to imagine enduring such conditions. Yet for centuries, millions of Romans called these precarious, unsanitary buildings home. It's a stark reminder of how far we've come in terms of urban living conditions, and perhaps a warning of what could happen if we neglect the importance of safe, affordable housing for all. As we continue our journey through ancient civilizations, let's turn our attention to the culinary practices of ancient Rome. The Roman diet, much like their empire, was vast and varied, influenced by the many cultures they conquered and absorbed. In the early days of Rome, the diet was simple and largely plant-based. The staple food was a porridge called pools, made from boiled emmer wheat. This humble dish was so central to Roman cuisine that the word pools is the root of our modern term pulses for legumes. As Rome expanded, so did its culinary horizons. By the time of the late Republic and early Empire, the Roman diet had become quite diverse, especially for the wealthy. The poor, however, still relied heavily on grains, particularly wheat, which was often distributed by the government in what was known as the grain dole. Bread became an increasingly important part of the Roman diet. There were many varieties, from coarse brown bread eaten by soldiers and the poor, to finer white loaves enjoyed by the upper classes. Bakeries were common in Roman cities, with large-scale bread production becoming an essential industry. Vegetables were also a significant part of the Roman diet. Cabbage was particularly popular and was believed to have medicinal properties. Other common vegetables included onions, garlic, turnips, and leeks. Lettuce and other salad greens were often served at the beginning of a meal, much like today. Fruits were enjoyed both fresh and dried. Grapes, figs, and apples were common, as were pomegranates and dates imported from the Middle East. Olives were consumed in large quantities, both as fruit and pressed into oil, which was used for cooking, as a condiment, and even as fuel for lamps. Meat was less common in the average Roman diet than we might assume. Pork was the most popular meat, followed by chicken and other poultry. Beef was rarely eaten, as cattle were more valuable as working animals. Fish and seafood were important, especially in coastal areas, and for the wealthy who could afford to have it transported inland. The Romans were also fond of various sauces and condiments. The most famous of these was garum, a fermented fish sauce that was used to flavor many dishes. It was somewhat similar to modern Southeast Asian fish sauces and was produced on an industrial scale. Wine was the drink of choice for Romans of all classes, though the quality varied greatly. It was usually diluted with water and sometimes flavored with herbs or honey. The wealthy might enjoy imported wines from Greece or other parts of the empire, while the poor made do with local, often sour vintages. The Roman meal structure was quite different from our modern 3 meals a day. The typical Roman day included a light breakfast called intaculum, often just bread dipped in wine. The main meal, cena, was eaten in the late afternoon. For the wealthy, this could be an elaborate affair lasting hours and featuring multiple courses. These lavish banquets of the upper classes have captured the imagination of many, with tales of exotic dishes like dormice and flamingo tongues. However, these were exceptions rather than the rule, even for the rich. Most Romans, even wealthy ones, ate more modestly most of the time. Interestingly, the Romans had a sophisticated understanding of nutrition for their time. They recognized the importance of a varied diet and the medicinal properties of certain foods. Many Roman physicians, like Galen, wrote extensively on the subject of diet and health. However, despite this knowledge, malnutrition was still a problem, especially for the urban poor. The reliance on grain as a staple food, while providing calories, lacked essential nutrients. This was somewhat mitigated by the Roman practice of fermenting and pickling foods, which increased their nutritional value and shelf life. In conclusion, the Roman diet was a reflection of their vast empire, diverse, innovative, and influenced by many cultures. From the humble pools of early Rome to the elaborate feasts of the imperial period, food played a central role in Roman life and culture. As we drift off to sleep, perhaps we can imagine ourselves at a Roman table, savoring the flavors of history. As we continue our journey through ancient civilizations, let's turn our attention to the bustling streets of ancient Rome. Here, your daily life would be largely determined by your social status and occupation. Unlike today's world, where social mobility is more achievable, ancient Roman society was rigidly structured, with little room for advancement. At the top of the social hierarchy were the patricians, the wealthy elite who controlled most of the power and wealth in Roman society. If you were lucky enough to be born into a patrician family, your life would be one of luxury and influence. However, for the vast majority of Romans, life was far less glamorous. The plebeians, or common people, made up the bulk of Roman society. As a plebeian, you might work as a farmer, craftsman, or merchant. Your days would be long and labor-intensive, often starting before dawn and ending well after sunset. Imagine waking up at the crack of dawn to the crowing of roosters, your body aching from the previous day's work, only to face another grueling day of physical labor. If you were a farmer, you'd spend your days tilling the soil, planting crops, and tending to livestock. The hot Mediterranean sun would beat down on you relentlessly as you worked the fields. Your livelihood would depend entirely on the whims of nature, with droughts or floods potentially devastating your crops and leaving you struggling to feed your family. For those living in the city, life as a craftsman or merchant might seem more appealing, but it came with its own set of challenges. Picture yourself as a blacksmith, spending hours each day in a sweltering workshop, hammering away at hot metal to create tools and weapons. The constant noise and heat would be overwhelming, and the risk of injury from flying sparks or molten metal would be ever present. Merchants faced different challenges. While you might have the opportunity to earn more wealth than a farmer or craftsman, you'd also face the constant threat of theft, both from common criminals and corrupt officials. Imagine carefully loading your cart with goods, only to have a significant portion of your profits taken by tax collectors or local strongmen demanding protection money. At the bottom of the social ladder were the slaves. If you found yourself in this unfortunate position, your life would be one of constant toil and hardship. Slaves in ancient Rome performed a wide variety of tasks, from household chores to hard labor in mines or on large estates. Your entire existence would be dedicated to serving your master, with little hope of ever gaining your freedom. It's important to note that while some slaves were treated relatively well, especially those with specialized skills or those working in wealthy households, the majority faced brutal conditions. Imagine spending your days in backbreaking labor, subject to the whims and punishments of your master, with no control over your own life or future. For women in ancient Rome, regardless of social status, life was particularly restrictive. As a Roman woman, you would have very few rights and little say in your own life. Your primary role would be to manage the household and bear children. Education and participation in public life would be largely off limits to you, with your fate controlled by the men in your family. Even if you were a woman from a wealthy family, your life would be far from easy by modern standards. You might be married off at a young age, sometimes as young as 12 or 13, to a man chosen by your father. Your worth would be largely determined by your ability to produce male heirs and manage the household efficiently. For those living in the countryside or smaller towns, life might seem simpler, but it was no less challenging. You'd likely live in a small, cramped dwelling with your extended family. Privacy would be a luxury you couldn't afford, and your days would be filled with constant work to ensure your family's survival. The concept of leisure time, as we know it today, was largely non-existent for most Romans. While the wealthy might enjoy lavish banquets and entertainment, the average Roman's idea of relaxation might be a quick visit to the local tavern after a long day's work, or attending one of the public games or festivals that punctuated the Roman calendar. These public entertainments, like gladiatorial contests or chariot races, served as a brief escape from the hardships of daily life. However, they also reinforced the stark social divisions, with the wealthy enjoying prime seating, while the common people crowded into less desirable areas. As we reflect on the daily lives of ancient Romans, it becomes clear that regardless of your social status or occupation, life in this era was far more challenging and restrictive than what we experience today. The rigid social structure, lack of modern conveniences, and constant physical demands would make it difficult for any of us to last even a single day in ancient Rome. As we journey through time, let's turn our attention to ancient Rome, where health and medicine were a fascinating blend of superstition, practical knowledge, and sometimes questionable practices. Settle in as we explore the medical landscape of this mighty empire. In ancient Rome, the average life expectancy was surprisingly low, hovering around 25 years. However, this figure is somewhat misleading. If you managed to survive childhood, you could expect to live into your 40s or 50s. The high infant mortality rate significantly skewed the average. Roman medicine was heavily influenced by Greek practices, particularly after the conquest of Greece in the 2nd century BCE. The Romans adopted many Greek medical theories, including the concept of the four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Physicians believed that an imbalance in these humors caused illness. One of the most famous Roman physicians was Galen, who lived in the 2nd century CE. His theories on anatomy and physiology, though often incorrect, dominated Western medicine for over 1,000 years. Galen conducted numerous animal dissections and vivisections, extrapolating his findings to human anatomy, which led to some misunderstandings about human physiology. Roman doctors had a surprisingly extensive array of medical tools at their disposal. Excavations have revealed forceps, scalpels, catheters, and even sophisticated bone saws. These instruments were often made of bronze, iron, or silver. Surgeons were particularly skilled at treating battle wounds, given the constant state of warfare in the empire. However, if you fell ill in ancient Rome, your treatment options might make you think twice about seeking help. For instance, to treat epilepsy, some physicians recommended drinking gladiator blood, believing it contained the strength and vitality of the fallen warrior. For eye infections, a common prescription was a mixture of honey and the bile of a sacrificed animal. Public health was a significant concern in ancient Rome, and the empire made remarkable strides in this area. The Romans constructed extensive aqueducts to bring clean water into cities and sophisticated sewage systems to remove waste. Public bathhouses were common, promoting hygiene among the population. These advancements significantly improved overall health and helped prevent the spread of diseases. However, not all Roman health practices were beneficial. Lead poisoning was a severe problem, though the Romans were unaware of its dangers. Lead was used extensively in water pipes, cookware, and even as a food sweetener. The wealthy were particularly susceptible to lead poisoning due to their greater access to these luxuries. Mental health in ancient Rome was a complex issue. While some physicians recognized mental illnesses as medical conditions, many still attributed them to supernatural causes. Treatments ranged from herbal remedies and dietary changes to more extreme measures like exorcisms or trepanation. The practice of drilling holes in the skull to release evil spirits. Childbirth was a perilous event in ancient Rome. Many women and infants died during or shortly after childbirth due to complications and lack of proper medical knowledge. Midwives played a crucial role in assisting with births, and their skills were highly valued. Some wealthy families even kept midwives as slaves to ensure they always had access to their expertise. The Romans also made significant contributions to pharmacology. They used a wide variety of herbs and minerals in their medicines. One of the most famous Roman pharmaceutical inventions was theriac, a complex mixture of up to 64 ingredients, including viper flesh, opium, and spices. It was believed to be a universal antidote against poisoning and various diseases. In the military, each legion had its own medical corps, including doctors, orderlies, and ambulance bearers. Field hospitals, known as valetudinaria, were established near battle sites to treat wounded soldiers. This organized approach to military medicine was unprecedented and contributed to the Roman army's effectiveness. Despite these advancements, if you were to fall ill in ancient Rome, your best bet for recovery might have been a visit to the temple of Asclepius, the god of healing. These temples often functioned as sanitariums where patients would sleep, hoping for divine intervention or healing dreams. Interestingly, the snake-entwined staff of Asclepius remains a symbol of medicine to this day. As we drift off to sleep, imagine yourself in ancient Rome, grateful for the medical advancements we enjoy today, yet marveling at the ingenuity and determination of those ancient healers who paved the way for modern medicine. Their legacy, both in their triumphs and their mistakes, continues to shape our understanding of health and healing. As we conclude our journey through ancient Rome, it's clear that surviving in this era would have been a monumental challenge for modern individuals. The harsh realities of daily life, coupled with the constant threat of violence and disease, paint a picture of a world vastly different from our own. Let's recap some of the most daunting aspects of Roman life we've explored. The ever-present danger of lead poisoning from water pipes and cookware would have slowly deteriorated your health. The lack of proper sanitation and waste management in crowded cities like Rome itself would have exposed you to numerous deadly diseases. The brutal entertainment of the Colosseum, where gladiators fought to the death and criminals faced execution as public spectacle, reflects the Roman society's casual attitude towards violence and death. This desensitization to brutality would have been jarring for anyone accustomed to modern sensibilities. We also can't forget the constant threat of invasion and war. As a Roman citizen, you might have been called upon to serve in the military, facing the perils of combat with primitive weapons and medical care. Even as a civilian, the possibility of your city being sacked by barbarian tribes or rival armies was an ever-present fear. The rigid social hierarchy of Roman society would have severely limited your opportunities if you were born into a lower class. Slavery was a common practice, and even free citizens of lower status had few rights compared to the elite patricians. The lack of modern medical knowledge meant that even minor injuries or illnesses could prove fatal. Childbirth was particularly dangerous, with high mortality rates for both mothers and infants. The average life expectancy was significantly lower than today, with many Romans not living past their 30s or 40s. While we often romanticize the grandeur of ancient Rome, it's crucial to remember that daily life for most inhabitants was far from glamorous. The comforts and rights we take for granted today, clean water, sanitation, basic health care, and personal freedoms, were luxuries or non-existent concepts in Roman times. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the progress humanity has made since those ancient days. While our modern world isn't perfect, it's certainly a far cry from the harsh realities of life in ancient Rome. As we drift through the mists of time, our journey takes us to the land of the rising sun, medieval Japan. Picture yourself awakening in a humble dwelling as the first rays of sunlight filter through paper screens. The year is 1185, and you've just been transported to the early Kamakura period. Your eyes flutter open, adjusting to the dim light of your small room. The air is crisp and filled with the scent of wood and tatami mats. You're lying on a futon, a thin mattress placed directly on the floor. The simplicity of your surroundings might surprise you, as medieval Japanese homes were far from the luxurious accommodations you might be used to. As you sit up, you notice your clothing. You're wearing a simple kasode, a basic robe-like garment that serves as underwear for both men and women. Over this, you typically wear a kimono, but the style and quality would depend on your social status. If you're a peasant, your outer garment would be made of rough, homespun fabric. If you're of samurai class or higher, you might have silk or finer cotton. You stand up, your bare feet touching the cool tatami mats. These woven straw floor coverings are a staple in Japanese homes, providing insulation and a comfortable surface to walk on. The room around you is sparsely furnished, with perhaps a low table and a few cushions for sitting. Decorations are minimal, maybe a hanging scroll with calligraphy or a simple flower arrangement. Your first task of the day would be to fold and store your bedding. In medieval Japan, space was at a premium, and rooms often served multiple purposes. Your sleeping area might transform into a living or dining space during the day. This efficient use of space was a necessity in a time when most dwellings were quite small. As you slide open the shoji, the paper screen door, you're greeted by the sounds and smells of the early morning. If you're in a rural area, you might hear the distant crowing of roosters or the gentle lowing of oxen. In a more urban setting, the bustle of street vendors and craftsmen might already be filling the air. Your morning ablutions would be simple by modern standards. You'd use a wooden bucket of water to wash your face and hands. Teeth cleaning was done with a small stick called a yoji, which you chew to create a brush-like end. Full baths were not a daily occurrence for most people, but communal bathhouses were becoming more common in towns and cities. Breakfast in medieval Japan was a far cry from the elaborate meals we might associate with Japanese cuisine today. For most people, it would consist of rice gruel called keiu, perhaps accompanied by some pickled vegetables. If you were fortunate or of higher status, you might have a small piece of dried fish or a few beans for added protein. As you prepare for the day ahead, you'd need to consider your social status and occupation. If you're a farmer, you'd be heading out to the fields early, armed with simple tools like hoes and sickles. Craftsmen would be opening their workshops, while merchants would be setting up their stalls in the local markets. For those of samurai class, the morning might involve martial training. You'd practice with your katana, the long sword that was both a weapon and a symbol of your status. Archery and horsemanship were also important skills to maintain. Even in times of peace, the samurai were expected to keep their fighting skills sharp. If you were a woman in medieval Japan, your morning routine would vary depending on your class. Noble women might spend their time practicing calligraphy, poetry, or playing musical instruments like the koto. Women of lower classes would be busy with household chores, helping in family businesses, or working in the fields alongside men. As you step outside, you'd immediately notice the lack of paved roads. Most paths were simply packed earth, turning to mud in the rainy season. In towns and cities, the main streets might be lined with shops and houses, their wooden facades a stark contrast to the stone buildings of medieval Europe. The air would be filled with the sense of daily life, the smoke from cooking fires, the earthy smell of rice paddies, perhaps the pungent aroma of fermenting soybeans used to make miso. The soundscape would be equally rich, with the clang of blacksmiths' hammers, the calls of street vendors, and the rhythmic chanting from nearby Buddhist temples. As you begin your day in medieval Japan, you'd quickly realize that life, every interaction, from how you greet others to where you're allowed to go, would be dictated by your place in society. The concept of saving face and maintaining harmony would be paramount, influencing every aspect of your behavior. And so, as the sun climbs higher in the sky, you find yourself fully immersed in a world both familiar and utterly foreign. The day ahead in medieval Japan promises to be filled with challenges, traditions, and experiences that would test even the most adaptable time traveler. As we journey through time to medieval Japan, we find ourselves in a world vastly different from our modern comforts. Let's explore the housing conditions of this era, where simplicity and practicality reigned supreme. In medieval Japan, most people lived in modest dwellings known as minka. These houses were typically single-story structures with thatched roofs and earthen floors. The walls were made of wood and bamboo, often covered with a mixture of mud and straw for insulation. One of the most striking features of these homes was their lack of furniture. Instead of chairs and tables, residents sat on tatami mats made from rice straw. These mats served multiple purposes as flooring, seating, and even bedding when layered with futons at night. The layout of a typical minka was open plan, with rooms divided by sliding paper doors called shoji. These doors allowed for flexible use of space and could be easily removed to create larger areas when needed. However, this also meant that privacy was a luxury rarely afforded to the average Japanese family. Heating in these homes was rudimentary at best. The primary source of warmth was the irari, a sunken hearth in the center of the main room. This open fire pit served for both cooking and heating, but its effectiveness was limited. On cold winter nights, families would huddle around the irari, seeking whatever warmth they could find. Ventilation was another challenge. While the paper doors allowed for some air circulation, the smoke from the irari often filled the house, leading to respiratory issues for many inhabitants. The thatched roofs, while effective against rain, also harbored insects and small animals, making pest control a constant battle. sanitation was far from ideal. Most Minka lacked indoor plumbing or dedicated bathing areas. Residents typically used communal bathhouses or rivers for washing. Waste disposal was primitive, with many households using simple pit latrines located outside the main structure. Light was a precious commodity after sunset. Candles and oil lamps were used sparingly due to their cost, meaning that most activities ceased when darkness fell. The paper walls of the house provided little protection against the sounds of nature or neighbors, making sleep often interrupted and fitful. For the wealthy samurai class and nobility, living conditions were somewhat better. Their homes, known as shindanzukuri, were larger and more elaborate. These residences featured multiple buildings connected by covered walkways, ornate gardens, and separate quarters for servants. However, even these more luxurious homes shared many of the same challenges as the Minka. They were still vulnerable to fire, a constant threat in Japanese cities where wooden structures dominated the landscape. The Great Fire of Mariki in 1657, for instance, destroyed an estimated 60–70% of Edo, modern-day Tokyo, affecting rich and poor alike. The materials used in construction made these homes particularly susceptible to natural disasters. Earthquakes could easily topple the wooden structures, while typhoons and floods posed significant threats to the thatched roofs and paper walls. Despite these hardships, the Japanese people adapted to their living conditions with remarkable ingenuity. The use of sliding doors and multifunctional spaces allowed for efficient use of limited square footage. The connection to nature, emphasized by the use of natural materials and open structures, fostered a unique aesthetic that continues to influence Japanese architecture to this day. However, it's crucial to remember that while we might romanticize certain aspects of this lifestyle, the reality was often harsh and unforgiving. The lack of modern amenities we take for granted, such as running water, electricity, and climate control, made daily life a constant struggle for survival. Imagine trying to sleep on a hard floor with only a thin futon for comfort, while smoke from the irari irritates your eyes and lungs. Picture the challenge of staying warm in winter or cool in summer with little more than paper walls between you and the elements. Consider the constant vigilance required to protect your home from fire, pests, and natural disasters. These living conditions shaped every aspect of medieval Japanese society, from social structures to daily routines. They fostered a culture of resilience and adaptability, but also one of significant hardship for the majority of the population. As we reflect on these housing conditions, we gain a deeper appreciation for the comforts of our modern world. The next time you adjust your thermostat or turn on a light switch, remember the generations who came before us, who lived and thrived without these luxuries, we now consider essential. As we journey through time to medieval Japan, let's explore the fascinating world of food and nutrition during this era. The period, spanning from the 12th to the 16th centuries, saw significant developments in Japanese cuisine, shaped by cultural, religious, and societal factors. In medieval Japan, the diet was primarily plant-based, with rice serving as the staple food. However, the quality and quantity of rice consumed varied greatly depending on social status. The nobility and samurai class enjoyed polished white rice, while peasants often had to make do with less refined varieties, or even millet as a substitute. One interesting aspect of medieval Japanese cuisine was the influence of Buddhism. Many Japanese people adhered to Buddhist principles, which discouraged the consumption of meat. This religious taboo led to the development of Shajin Ryori, a vegetarian cuisine originally prepared in Buddhist temples. Sound effect: soft temple bells. Imagine yourself in a serene Buddhist temple where monks meticulously prepare meals using only plant-based ingredients. Shajin Ryori emphasized the use of seasonal vegetables, tofu, and various types of seaweed. This cuisine not only aligned with religious beliefs, but also promoted a balanced and nutritious diet. However, it's important to note that while meat consumption was discouraged, it wasn't entirely absent from medieval Japanese society. Game meat, such as deer and boar, was occasionally consumed, especially by hunters and those living in mountainous regions. Fish and seafood played a crucial role in the Japanese diet during this period. With Japan being an island nation, coastal communities had access to a wide variety of marine life. Fish was often consumed raw, salted, or dried to preserve it for longer periods. One preservation method that gained popularity during this time was fermentation. The Japanese developed various fermented foods, including miso, soy sauce, and pickles. These not only added flavor to meals, but also provided essential nutrients and probiotics. Sound effect: bubbling fermentation. Can you imagine the pungent aroma of fermenting soybeans wafting through a medieval Japanese village? These fermented foods weren't just culinary innovations. They were vital for survival, especially during harsh winters when fresh produce was scarce. Speaking of vegetables, medieval Japanese people cultivated a variety of crops. Daikon radishes, eggplants, cucumbers, and various leafy greens were common in their gardens. Wild plants and mushrooms foraged from forests also supplemented their diet, adding both flavor and nutrition to their meals. It's worth noting that the medieval period saw the introduction of new crops to Japan, including sweet potatoes and pumpkins. These vegetables, brought by Portuguese traders in the 16th century, gradually became integral parts of Japanese cuisine. Now, let's talk about cooking methods. The most common cooking techniques in medieval Japan were boiling, grilling, and steaming. These methods not only preserved the natural flavors of ingredients, but also aligned with the Buddhist principle of simplicity. Sound effect, sizzling grill. Imagine the scene: a humble Japanese home where a family gathers around an arari, a traditional sunken hearth. The aroma of grilling fish fills the air as vegetables simmer in a pot nearby. This simple yet nourishing meal exemplifies the essence of medieval Japanese cuisine. One cannot discuss medieval Japanese food without mentioning tea. The tea ceremony, or chanoyu, became an important cultural practice during this period. Green tea, introduced from China, was not just a beverage, but a symbol of refinement and spiritual practice. However, it's crucial to understand that nutrition in medieval Japan wasn't always adequate, especially for the lower classes. Famines were not uncommon, and many peasants struggled to maintain a balanced diet. During times of scarcity, people resorted to eating tree bark, grass, and other less conventional food sources to survive. The disparity in nutrition between social classes was stark. While the nobility enjoyed elaborate multi-course meals known as Hanzen Ryori, the average farmer's diet was often limited to rice, barley, and whatever vegetables they could grow or forage. Despite these challenges, the Japanese people of the medieval period developed a unique food culture that laid the foundation for modern Japanese cuisine. Their emphasis on seasonal ingredients, fermentation techniques, and the aesthetic presentation of food continue to influence Japanese cooking to this day. As we conclude our exploration of food and nutrition in medieval Japan, it's clear that this era was marked by both culinary innovation and struggle. From the refined dishes of the nobility to the simple meals of peasants, food played a central role in Japanese society, reflecting its values, beliefs, and the ingenuity of its people in the face of environmental and social challenges. The next time you enjoy a bowl of miso soup or savor a piece of grilled fish, remember that these flavors have roots stretching back centuries, to a time when samurai roamed the land and temples echoed with the chants of Buddhist monks. Medieval Japan's culinary legacy continues to nourish and inspire, connecting us to a fascinating chapter in human history. As we continue our journey through history, let's transport ourselves to the land of the rising sun during the medieval period. Japan's feudal era, spanning from the 12th to the 19th century, was a time of strict social hierarchy and rigorous work expectations. If you were to find yourself in medieval Japan, your daily life would be dictated by your social status. And believe me, it wasn't a walk in the cherry blossom park for most. At the top of the social pyramid sat the emperor, considered a living god. However, real power often rested with the shogun, the military dictator. Below them were the daimyo, powerful feudal lords who controlled vast territories. But let's focus on the common folk, shall we? The vast majority of people in medieval Japan were peasants, primarily rice farmers. If you were born into this class, prepare for a life of back-breaking labor. Your day would start before dawn as you headed to the rice paddies. Planting and harvesting rice was an arduous task, done mostly by hand in knee-deep water. Sound effect, water splashing. Imagine spending hours bent over in muddy fields, carefully planting each rice seedling. The summer heat would be relentless, and the risk of waterborne diseases ever present. But you couldn't complain. Your entire village depended on a successful harvest. And here's the kicker. After all that hard work, you'd be lucky to keep 40% of your crop. The rest would go to your daimyo as taxes. Failure to meet your quota could result in severe punishment, including having your land confiscated. If you weren't a farmer, you might be an artisan or a merchant. Artisans, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, and weavers, were respected for their skills, but still ranked below farmers in the social hierarchy. Merchants, despite often being wealthy, were at the bottom of the social ladder. Why? Because they didn't produce anything tangible, merely profiting from others' labor. At least, that was the prevailing philosophy. Speaking of merchants, let's say you decided to open a small shop in a bustling town. You'd face numerous challenges. First, you'd need permission from the local authorities, who might demand hefty bribes. Then, you'd have to navigate a complex system of guilds and regulations. Price fixing was common, and stepping out of line could result in your business being shut down, or worse. Now, let's talk about women in medieval Japan. If you were a woman, your life would be even more restricted. Most women were expected to be obedient wives and mothers, with little say in major decisions. Upper class, women might receive some education in arts like calligraphy or poetry, but their primary role was to manage the household and produce heirs. For lower class women, life was particularly harsh. You'd work alongside men in the fields or assist in the family business, all while managing household chores and childcare. In some cases, desperate families might even sell their daughters into servitude or prostitution to make ends meet. One bright spot for women was the possibility of becoming a nun. Buddhist convents offered an escape from societal pressures and a chance for education. However, this path was usually only available to women from samurai or noble families. Now, you might be wondering about social mobility. Could you work your way up the social ladder? In short, it was extremely difficult. The class you were born into generally determined your fate. There were rare exceptions, such as particularly skilled artisans gaining patronage from a daimyo, or merchants accumulating enough wealth to influence politics behind the scenes. But for the most part, you were stuck in your social station. Education, too, was a luxury reserved primarily for the elite. If you were a commoner, you might learn basic reading and writing at a temple school, but advanced studies in Confucian classics, literature, and martial arts were typically off limits. One aspect of medieval Japanese life that might surprise you is the emphasis on cleanliness. Despite the lack of modern sanitation, people took great pride in personal hygiene. Public bathhouses were common in towns, and even rural villages often had communal bathing areas. However, these baths were more than just for cleaning. They were important social spaces where people gathered to gossip and relax after a hard day's work. As we wrap up our look at work and social status in medieval Japan, it's clear that life was far from easy for most people. Strict social hierarchies, demanding labor, and limited opportunities for advancement created a challenging environment. Yet, within these constraints, people found ways to find meaning, create beautiful art, and build a unique culture that continues to fascinate us today. As we journey through time to medieval Japan, we find ourselves in a world where health and medicine were a curious blend of tradition, superstition, and emerging scientific understanding. Let's explore why you wouldn't last a day dealing with the medical practices of this era. In medieval Japan, which spanned from the 12th to the 16th centuries, the concept of health was deeply intertwined with spiritual beliefs. The Japanese believed that illness was often caused by evil spirits or divine punishment. As a result, many treatments involved religious rituals and prayers, alongside more practical remedies. One of the most common medical practices in medieval Japan was acupuncture, which originated in China and was adopted by the Japanese. If you fell ill, you might find yourself subjected to this treatment, where thin needles would be inserted into specific points on your body. While modern studies have shown some benefits of acupuncture, the medieval version was far less refined and could be quite painful. Another popular treatment was moxibustion, a technique that involved burning dried mugwort on or near the skin. Practitioners believed this would stimulate healing and drive out evil spirits. Imagine having small burns deliberately placed on your skin as a cure for your ailments. It's safe to say that modern pain management techniques would be sorely missed. Herbal medicine was also widely used in medieval Japan. While some of these remedies had genuine medicinal properties, others were based more on folklore than fact. You might find yourself drinking bitter concoctions made from various plants, roots, and even animal parts. Some of these could be harmless, while others might cause severe side effects or poisoning. One particularly unpleasant aspect of medieval Japanese medicine was the use of purgatives and emetics. These substances were used to induce vomiting or diarrhea, as it was believed that expelling bodily fluids could rid the body of disease. Needless to say, this practice often left patients weak and dehydrated, potentially worsening their condition. Bloodletting, a practice common in many medieval societies, was also employed in Japan. This involved deliberately cutting the skin to drain blood, based on the misguided belief that it would restore the body's balance of humors. The lack of proper sanitation during these procedures often led to infections, making the treatment potentially more dangerous than the original ailment. Surgery in medieval Japan was primitive by modern standards. Surgeons, often trained through apprenticeships rather than formal education, had limited knowledge of anatomy and antiseptic techniques. If you required a surgical procedure, you'd face it without anesthesia, relying only on alcohol or herbal preparations to dull the pain. The risk of infection or complications was extremely high. Mental health in medieval Japan was poorly understood, with many psychological conditions attributed to demonic possession or karma from past lives. Treatment for mental illnesses often involved exorcisms or harsh physical punishments believed to drive out evil spirits. The concept of compassionate care for mental health issues was largely absent. Childbirth in medieval Japan was a particularly dangerous affair. Midwives, while often skilled in their craft, lacked the medical knowledge and tools available today. Complications during pregnancy or delivery frequently led to the death of the mother, the child, or both. If you were a woman in medieval Japan, the prospect of childbirth would be a genuinely life-threatening event. Dental care in this era was rudimentary at best. Toothaches were often treated with herbal poultices or by extraction, performed without anesthesia using crude tools. The lack of proper dental hygiene and nutrition often led to severe tooth decay and gum disease, causing chronic pain and difficulty eating. Perhaps one of the most significant challenges you'd face in medieval Japan would be the lack of understanding about the true causes of disease. The germ theory of disease wouldn't be developed for centuries, meaning that concepts of hygiene and sanitation were limited. This led to the rapid spread of infectious diseases, particularly in crowded urban areas. Epidemics were a constant threat in medieval Japan. Diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza could sweep through communities, decimating populations. Without understanding the mechanisms of infection or having access to vaccines, you'd be constantly at risk of contracting a potentially fatal illness. In conclusion, while medieval Japan had its own sophisticated culture and advancements in many areas, healthcare was not one of them. The combination of limited medical knowledge, lack of effective treatments, and the prevalence of superstition in medical practices would make surviving even common ailments a significant challenge. It's a stark reminder of how far medical science has progressed and how fortunate we are to have access to modern healthcare. As we conclude our journey through medieval Japan, it's clear that surviving in this era would have been a formidable challenge for anyone accustomed to modern comforts. The rigid social hierarchy, constant threat of warfare, and harsh living conditions made daily life a struggle for most of the population. The samurai class, while romanticized in popular culture, faced immense pressure to uphold their honor and loyalty. A single misstep could result in the need to perform seppuku, a ritualistic suicide that was as gruesome as it was culturally significant. For the peasants and merchants, life was a constant battle against poverty, disease, and natural disasters. Hygiene and health care were primitive by today's standards. The lack of proper sanitation in crowded cities led to frequent outbreaks of diseases like cholera and dysentery. Medical treatments often involved questionable practices such as bloodletting or the use of mercury, which often did more harm than good. The role of women in medieval Japan was particularly challenging. With limited rights and opportunities, they were often confined to domestic duties, or in some cases, forced into servitude. The practice of foot binding, while less common than in China, still persisted among some noble families, causing lifelong pain and disability. Education and literacy were privileges reserved for the elite. The majority of the population remained illiterate, with knowledge passed down through oral traditions. This lack of education made it difficult for lower classes to improve their social standing or challenge the existing power structures. The constant threat of invasion, particularly from the Mongols, kept the nation in a state of high alert. Coastal regions lived in fear of raids, while inland areas suffered from the economic strain of maintaining defensive forces. Even the climate posed significant challenges. The island nature of Japan made it susceptible to typhoons, tsunamis, and earthquakes. These natural disasters could wipe out entire communities, destroy crops, and leave survivors to face famine and disease. In conclusion, while medieval Japan produced remarkable art, literature, and cultural practices that we still admire today, the reality of daily life for most people was far from idyllic. The combination of social pressures, political instability, limited health care, and environmental challenges would make it extremely difficult for a modern person to survive even a single day in this fascinating but perilous era of history. As the first rays of sunlight peek over the horizon, illuminating the vast expanse of the Nile Valley, life in ancient Egypt begins to stir. The year is approximately 1500 BCE, during the height of the New Kingdom period. Let's explore what a typical morning might have looked like for various members of Egyptian society. In the royal palace of Thebes, the pharaoh, considered a living god, is already awake. His morning routine is elaborate and filled with religious significance. Servants, attend to me at once. The sun god Ra has begun his daily journey across the sky, and I must prepare to fulfill my divine duties. A team of attendants rushes to assist the pharaoh. They help him wash with water from the sacred Nile, apply kohl around his eyes to protect from the harsh desert sun, and dress him in fine linen garments. The pharaoh's morning ablutions are not just for cleanliness, but also a ritual purification. Great Pharaoh, your morning meal is prepared. We have fresh bread, figs, and milk for your divine sustenance. Meanwhile, in the craftsman's quarter of the city, a skilled sculptor named Amenhotep is already at work. The cool morning air is ideal for carving before the heat of the day sets in. By Osiris, this limestone is stubborn, but I must finish this statue of the pharaoh before the next full moon. The temple priests are not known for their patience. Amenhotep's wife, Nefertari, is busy in their modest home, grinding grain for the day's bread. Children wake up. It's time to fetch water from the well. And don't forget to say a prayer to Hapi, the god of the Nile, for blessing us with its life-giving waters. On the outskirts of the city, farmers are already in their fields, taking advantage of the cool morning air. They use wooden plows pulled by oxen to till the rich, black soil left behind by the Nile's annual flood. Hurry, we must finish plowing this field before Ra reaches his zenith. The barley won't plant itself, and the pharaoh's tax collectors won't accept excuses for a poor harvest. Back in the city, a scribe named Imhotep is making his way to the temple complex, where he works recording religious texts and keeping administrative records. Another day of cataloging offerings to the gods. I wonder if Thoth, the god of writing, ever gets hand cramps from all his celestial record keeping. As Imhotep walks through the market, he sees traders setting up their stalls, filled with goods from all over the known world. Fresh papyrus. Get your fresh papyrus here, straight from the Delta, perfect for all your writing needs. In the temple of Amun-Ra, priests are already performing the daily ritual of awakening the god. Great Amun-Ra, we break the seal on your shrine and greet you with incense and offerings. Bless us with your divine presence and protect Egypt from all harm. The ritual is complex and time-consuming, involving purification, dressing the god statue, and presenting offerings. It's a reminder of how deeply religion is woven into every aspect of ancient Egyptian life. As the morning progresses, the streets become busier. Children run to their lessons, either at home or in temple schools, if they're lucky enough to be training as scribes. Pay attention, young ones. Today we'll practice writing hieroglyphs. Remember, each symbol is not just a letter, but a connection to the divine language of the gods. In the royal workshops, artisans are hard at work, creating beautiful objects for the pharaoh and the nobility. Goldsmiths, weavers, and potters all ply their trades with remarkable skill. This pectoral for the pharaoh must be perfect. Each lapis lazuli stone and gold wire represents the stars in the night sky. It's not just jewelry, it's a cosmic map he'll wear on his chest. As the sun climbs higher, the heat begins to intensify. Those who can retreat to the shade of their homes or workshops. The streets will be quieter during the hottest part of the day. But for now, ancient Egypt is alive with activity. Each person playing their part in the complex social and religious tapestry of this remarkable civilization. From the pharaoh to the humble farmer, from the skilled artisan to the learned scribe, every member of Egyptian society has their role to play. Their lives are deeply intertwined with the rhythm of the Nile, the cycle of the seasons, and the will of the gods. As we leave them to their morning tasks, we can appreciate the rich complexity of daily life in this ancient and fascinating culture. As we journey back in time to ancient Egypt, let's explore the housing conditions that would make your modern life seem like a luxury resort. Prepare to be grateful for your cozy bed and air conditioning as we delve into the dusty, cramped dwellings of the average Egyptian. First, let's address the elephant in the room, or rather, the lack of room. If you were an ordinary citizen in ancient Egypt, you'd be living in a house that makes your current closet look spacious. These mud brick homes were typically 1 or 2 rooms, often housing entire families in a space no larger than a modern bathroom. The walls of your new home would be made of mud bricks, mixed with straw for reinforcement. While this might sound quaint, remember that mud isn't exactly known for its insulating properties. During the day, your home would transform into a makeshift oven, baking you alive in the scorching Egyptian heat. Windows, forget about them. Your mud brick palace would have small openings near the ceiling for ventilation, but they do little to alleviate the stifling heat or let in natural light. Instead, you'd rely on oil lamps for illumination, filling your home with a constant, smoky haze that would make your eyes water and your lungs ache. Now, let's talk about your sleeping arrangements. Hope you're not too attached to your memory foam mattress, because in ancient Egypt, you'd be lucky to have a raised platform made of, you guessed it, more mud bricks. This rock-hard bed would be covered with reed mats or animal skins if you were fortunate. Sweet dreams. But wait, there's more. Remember that concept called privacy you're so fond of? Well, it's time to bid it farewell. Your entire family would share this cramped space, sleeping, eating, and living in close quarters. Personal space would become a distant memory, replaced by the constant presence of your relatives. Let's not forget about the roof. Unlike the sturdy structures you're used to, ancient Egyptian roofs were often made of palm fronds or reeds. While this might sound charming, it also meant that your home would be a haven for unwanted guests, namely insects and small animals. Nothing says home sweet home like sharing your living space with scorpions and mice, right? Now, you might be thinking, at least, oh, how wrong you are. Indoor plumbing, a distant dream. Instead, you'd have a corner of your home designated as a toilet area, often just a hole in the ground. The waste would be collected in pots and later used as fertilizer for crops. Suddenly, that porta potty at music festivals doesn't seem so bad, does it? Speaking of waste, let's discuss waste management in general. Your streets would be narrow, unpaved, and filled with garbage. Without a proper sewage system, waste would often accumulate in the streets, creating a breeding ground for disease and a perpetual stench that would make your eyes water. Now, you might be wondering about furniture. Well, don't get too excited. Your home would be sparsely furnished, with most activities taking place on the floor. You might have a few wooden stools or low tables, but forget about that cushy armchair or your beloved sectional sofa. Cooking would be another adventure. Your kitchen would consist of a small hearth or fire pit, often located in an outdoor courtyard if you were lucky enough to have one. Smoke from cooking fires would permeate your clothes and hair, giving you that authentic, ode to ancient Egypt scent. Let's not forget about pest control. In a land known for its diverse insect and animal life, your mud brick home would be a prime target for all sorts of creepy crawlies. Snakes, scorpions, and various insects would be your constant, uninvited house guests. Sleep tight and don't let the scarab beetles bite. Now, you might be thinking, surely the wealthy lived better. While it's true that the elite had more spacious homes, many of these issues persisted. Even pharaohs had to contend with the relentless heat, dust, and pests that plagued all Egyptian dwellings. So, the next time you complain about your living situation, remember the ancient Egyptians. They built one of the most impressive civilizations in history while living in conditions that would make most of us run screaming back to our air-conditioned, pest-controlled, indoor-plumbed homes. Perhaps there's a lesson in resilience here, or maybe just a reminder to appreciate your modern comforts. As we continue our journey through ancient civilizations, let's turn our attention to the fascinating world of ancient Egyptian cuisine and nutrition. The Nile River, the lifeblood of Egypt, played a crucial role in shaping the diet of its people. Ancient Egyptians relied heavily on grains, particularly wheat and barley. These staples formed the foundation of their diet, used to make bread and beer, two items consumed daily by rich and poor alike. Bread was so essential that it was often used as a form of currency to pay workers. The wealthy enjoyed finer, softer breads made from well-sifted flour, while the poor subsisted on coarser loaves that were harder to chew but more nutritious. Beer, far from being just an intoxicant, was a vital source of nutrition. It was thicker and less alcoholic than modern beer, providing calories and nutrients. Even children drank a weaker version of this beverage. Fruits were another important part of the ancient Egyptian diet. Dates, figs, and grapes were particularly popular. These were eaten fresh when in season or dried for preservation. Pomegranates and melons were also cultivated and enjoyed by those who could afford them. Vegetables played a significant role in their nutrition as well. Onions and garlic were staples, believed to have medicinal properties, and used to ward off illness. Lentils, peas, and beans provided protein and were often made into stews. For those living near the Nile, fish was an important source of protein. However, some species of fish were considered sacred and therefore off limits. The wealthy could afford to eat more meat, including beef, sheep, and goat. Poultry such as ducks, geese, and pigeons were also consumed. Interestingly, pork was generally avoided. This wasn't due to religious restrictions, as in some other cultures, but because pigs were seen as unclean animals that ate garbage. The ancient Egyptians also had a sweet tooth. Honey was the primary sweetener, used in cakes and pastries. They even had a dessert similar to modern-day tiger nut milk, made from the tubers of the yellow nutsedge plant. Spices and herbs were used to add flavor to dishes. Cumin, coriander, and dill were common, as were mint and cinnamon. Salt was used for both flavoring and preservation. It's worth noting that the diet of the average ancient Egyptian was quite healthy by modern standards. It was rich in whole grains, fruits, and vegetables, with moderate amounts of protein from fish and legumes. This diet, combined with their active lifestyle, contributed to relatively good health among the population. However, the elite often suffered from obesity and related health issues due to their more indulgent lifestyle. Archaeological evidence shows that many mummies of high-ranking officials had clogged arteries and dental problems. The ancient Egyptians were also among the first to recognize the importance of a balanced diet. Medical papyri from the time contain advice on nutrition, recommending certain foods for specific ailments. For example, liver was prescribed for night blindness, a practice we now know makes sense due to the high vitamin A content in liver. They also recognized the laxative properties of figs and used them to treat constipation. Interestingly, garlic was so valued for its medicinal properties that it was given to the workers building the pyramids to keep them healthy and strong. Cloves of garlic have even been found in ancient Egyptian tombs. The ancient Egyptians also had a sophisticated understanding of food storage and preservation. They developed techniques to dry and salt fish and meat, allowing these protein sources to be stored for long periods. They also created underground silos to store grain, protecting it from pests and the heat. These storage techniques were crucial in helping them survive periods of drought or poor harvests. In conclusion, the diet and nutrition of ancient Egypt were surprisingly sophisticated and varied. From the staple grains that formed the basis of their meals to the fruits, vegetables, and occasional meats that rounded out their diet, the ancient Egyptians developed a nutritional system that sustained one of the greatest civilizations in history. As we drift further into our journey through ancient civilizations, let's sail down the Nile to explore the intricacies of work and social status in ancient Egypt. Close your eyes and imagine the scorching sun beating down on the banks of this life-giving river, where a complex society thrived for thousands of years. In ancient Egypt, your social status was largely determined by the family you were born into. The society was structured like a pyramid, with the pharaoh at the very top. Just below the god-king were the members of the royal family, followed by powerful priests and nobles. If you were lucky enough to be born into the upper classes, your life would be relatively comfortable. You might become a high-ranking official, overseeing important projects or managing vast estates. However, with great power came great responsibility, and the pharaoh could be a demanding and sometimes unpredictable ruler. The middle class of ancient Egypt consisted of scribes, artisans, and skilled craftsmen. Scribes were highly respected, as literacy was a rare and valuable skill. They kept records, wrote letters, and helped manage the complex bureaucracy of the kingdom. Imagine spending your days carefully etching hieroglyphs onto papyrus scrolls, recording the deeds of the pharaoh, or calculating taxes for the royal treasury. Artisans and craftsmen were also essential to Egyptian society. They created the beautiful jewelry, intricate furniture, and elaborate tomb decorations that we still admire today. If you were a skilled sculptor or painter, you might be commissioned to work on grand temples or royal tombs, immortalizing the pharaohs and gods in stone and pigment. However, the vast majority of ancient Egyptians were farmers, laborers, and servants. Life for these lower classes was challenging and often short. If you were a farmer, your days would be filled with back-breaking work under the relentless Egyptian sun. You'd rise before dawn to tend to your crops, using simple tools like wooden plows and sickles. The flooding of the Nile was both a blessing and a curse. While it brought fertile soil to the farmlands, it also meant that during the inundation season, many farmers were drafted into corvée labor. This mandatory work service required you to contribute to massive state projects, such as building pyramids, temples, or irrigation systems. Imagine spending months away from your family, hauling massive stone blocks or digging canals under the watchful eyes of overseers. The work was grueling, and accidents were common. Yet, this labor was seen as a sacred duty to the pharaoh and the gods, ensuring the continued prosperity of Egypt. Women in ancient Egypt had more rights and freedoms compared to many other ancient societies. They could own property, initiate divorce, and even run businesses. However, their primary roles were still centered around the home and family. If you were a woman in ancient Egypt, you might spend your days managing the household, raising children, and perhaps helping with the family trade. At the very bottom of the social hierarchy were slaves. While slavery wasn't as widespread in Egypt as in some other ancient civilizations, it did exist. Slaves were often prisoners of war or individuals who had fallen into debt. Their lives were incredibly difficult, with little hope of improving their status. One unique aspect of ancient Egyptian society was the potential for social mobility. While it was rare, it was possible for individuals to rise above their station through talent, hard work, or royal favor. There are records of commoners who became high-ranking officials or even married into the royal family. Education was highly valued in ancient Egypt, but it was primarily available to boys from wealthy families. If you were fortunate enough to receive an education, you would start around age 7, learning reading, writing, and mathematics. The most promising students might go on to become scribes or priests, opening doors to higher social status and more comfortable lives. Religion played a central role in every aspect of Egyptian life, including work and social status. Priests were among the most powerful and respected members of society. They performed crucial rituals, maintained the temples, and acted as intermediaries between the people and the gods. If you were a priest, your days would be filled with sacred duties, from performing daily offerings to participating in grand religious festivals. As we conclude our exploration of work and social status in ancient Egypt, reflect on the complex tapestry of this enduring civilization. From the mighty pharaoh to the humble farmer, each individual played a role in maintaining the delicate balance of the Egyptian concept of truth, justice, and cosmic order. Let the gentle flow of the Nile carry you deeper into sleep as you ponder the lives of those who walked along its banks thousands of years ago. As we journey back in time to ancient Egypt, we find ourselves in a world where health and medicine were as mysterious as they were primitive. The Egyptians, known for their advancements in many areas, had a unique approach to healthcare that might make you grateful for modern medicine. Let's start with the basics. Hygiene in ancient Egypt was a mixed bag. On one hand, they valued cleanliness, regularly bathing in the Nile and using natron, a naturally occurring salt, as a kind of soap. On the other hand, the same river they bathed in was also their main source of drinking water, teeming with parasites and bacteria. Speaking of parasites, one of the most common health issues in ancient Egypt was parasitic infections. Schistosomiasis, caused by tiny worms living in contaminated water, affected a large portion of the population. Symptoms included fever, chills, and in severe cases, liver and intestinal damage. The treatment? Well, there wasn't one. You just have to live with your unwelcome guests. If you managed to avoid parasites, you might still fall victim to other common ailments. Eye infections were rampant due to the harsh desert environment and lack of proper sanitation. The Egyptian solution, a delightful mixture of honey, ochre, and animal fat applied directly to the eye. While honey does have some antibacterial properties, I think we can all agree that modern eye drops are a bit more appealing. Now, let's talk about Egyptian doctors. These weren't your typical medical school graduates. In fact, many were also priests, believing that illness was caused by angry gods or evil spirits. Their diagnoses often involved a combination of observation, divination, and a healthy dose of superstition. One of the most famous Egyptian medical texts is the Ebers Papyrus, dating back to around 1550 BCE. It contains over 700 magical formulas and remedies for various ailments. Some of these treatments might sound reasonable, like using willow bark, which contains salicin, similar to aspirin for pain relief. Others, however, were less scientific. For example, to treat a toothache, one remedy suggested applying a dead mouse to the affected area. Yes, you heard that right. A dead mouse on your tooth. Suddenly, that root canal doesn't sound so bad, does it? Pregnancy and childbirth were particularly risky in ancient Egypt. To determine if a woman was pregnant, doctors would have her urinate on wheat and barley seeds. If the seeds sprouted, it meant she was expecting. Surprisingly, this method has some scientific basis, as pregnancy hormones can affect seed germination. However, I wouldn't recommend replacing your modern pregnancy test with a bag of seeds. Childbirth itself was a dangerous affair. Women would squat on 2 large bricks while giving birth, assisted by midwives. The goddess Tauret, depicted as a bipedal hippo, was often invoked for protection during this perilous process. Mortality rates for both mothers and infants were high, and surviving childbirth was considered a feat worthy of celebration. Let's not forget about surgery. The Egyptians were actually quite advanced in this area, performing procedures like setting broken bones and even basic brain surgery. However, their understanding of anatomy was limited. They believed the heart, not the brain, was the center of thought and emotion. This led to some interesting medical practices, like leaving the brain intact during mummification while carefully preserving the heart. Anesthesia, as we know it, didn't exist, so patients had to endure surgeries fully conscious. The best they could hope for was a concoction of alcohol and opium to dull the pain. Imagine going under the knife with nothing but a strong drink and a prayer to Sekhmet, the goddess of healing, to get you through. Speaking of gods, they played a crucial role in Egyptian medicine. Each body part was associated with a specific deity, and treatments often involved appealing to these gods for healing. Got a stomach ache? Better make an offering to Circuit. Headache? Thoth might be able to help with that. Despite these seemingly primitive practices, the Egyptians did make some noteworthy contributions to medicine. They were among the first to use honey as an antibacterial agent, develop effective contraceptives, and even perform early forms of plastic surgery to repair injuries. However, if you found yourself in ancient Egypt with a serious illness or injury, your odds of survival would be significantly lower than in modern times. The lack of understanding about germ theory, limited surgical techniques, and the blending of magic with medicine meant that many treatable conditions by today's standards were often fatal. So, the next time you visit your doctor's office, with its sterile environment, advanced diagnostic tools, and treatments based on centuries of scientific research, take a moment to appreciate how far we've come. You might not have the option of applying a dead mouse to cure your ailments, but something tells me you're not too broken up about that. As we conclude our journey through ancient Egypt, it's clear that surviving in this ancient civilization would have been a formidable challenge for modern individuals. The harsh realities of daily life, coupled with the complex social structures and religious beliefs, created a world vastly different from our own. Let's recap some of the key reasons why you might not have lasted long in ancient Egypt. First, the climate was unforgiving. The scorching heat of the desert sun would have been a constant threat, with temperatures often soaring well above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Without modern conveniences like air conditioning or even basic cooling methods, heat exhaustion and dehydration would have been ever-present dangers. The Nile River, while essential for life in ancient Egypt, also posed its own set of challenges. Annual floods, while crucial for agriculture, could be destructive and unpredictable. Living near the river meant contending with crocodiles, hippopotamuses, and other dangerous wildlife that inhabited its waters and banks. Health and hygiene in ancient Egypt were far from our modern standards. The lack of proper sanitation and medical knowledge meant that diseases spread rapidly. Common ailments like dysentery, malaria, and parasitic infections could easily become life-threatening. The average life expectancy was significantly lower than today, with many individuals not surviving past their 30s. The social hierarchy of ancient Egypt would have been another significant obstacle. Unless you were born into nobility or the priesthood, your life would likely have been one of hard labor and limited opportunities. The majority of the population worked as farmers, craftsmen, or laborers, often under harsh conditions and with little chance for social mobility. Religious practices and beliefs permeated every aspect of ancient Egyptian life. The complex pantheon of gods and goddesses, along with elaborate rituals and superstitions, would have been challenging for a modern person to navigate. Failing to properly honor the gods or participate in religious ceremonies could lead to social ostracism or worse. Lastly, the justice system in ancient Egypt was severe and often arbitrary. punishments for crimes could be brutal, ranging from forced labor to mutilation or death. Even minor infractions could result in harsh consequences, especially for those of lower social status. In conclusion, while ancient Egypt was a remarkable civilization that left an indelible mark on human history, it was also a world of immense challenges and hardships. The resilience and ingenuity of the ancient Egyptians in the face of these difficulties is a testament to human adaptability. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the comforts and advancements of our modern world, while also marveling at the enduring legacy of this ancient civilization. As we journey back to the Viking Age, imagine yourself stirring from slumber in a small wooden longhouse. The crisp morning air nips at your nose, a stark reminder of the harsh Nordic climate. Let's explore what awaited a typical Viking as they began their day. The first rays of sunlight barely penetrate the smoke hole in the roof, casting a dim glow over the communal sleeping area. You're not alone. Family members and perhaps even livestock share this space, their body heat providing much needed warmth throughout the night. As you rise, the smell of smoldering embers from last night's fire fills your nostrils. It's your responsibility to rekindle the flames, ensuring the hearth remains the beating heart of the household. The fire isn't just for warmth, it's essential for cooking and light. Your feet touch the cold, earthen floor as you make your way to the central fire pit. Using a fire striker, a piece of flint and steel, you carefully coax the embers back to life. It's a skill you've honed since childhood, for in this world, fire is life. With the flames flickering, you reach for your clothes. Unlike the elaborate Hollywood depictions, your attire is simple and practical. A woolen tunic, perhaps dyed with natural pigments, serves as your primary garment. Linen undergarments provide a layer of comfort, while leather shoes protect your feet from the rugged terrain. As you dress, you can't help but notice the intricate carvings adorning the wooden beams of your home. These aren't mere decorations. They tell stories of your ancestors and the gods they worshipped. Thor's hammer, Odin's ravens, these symbols serve as constant reminders of the divine forces shaping your world. The aroma of porridge begins to fill the air as other family members stir. This simple meal, made from barley or oats, will provide the sustenance needed for the day's labor. You might add some dried fruits or honey if available, but such luxuries are rare. As you eat, you contemplate the day ahead. If you're a farmer, which many Vikings were, you'll soon be tending to crops or livestock. The short growing season in Scandinavia means every moment of daylight is precious. Barley, rye, and oats are staple crops, alongside vegetables like onions, beans, and peas. If you're fortunate enough to live near the coast, fishing might be on the agenda. The sea is both provider and pathway in Viking culture. The same ships used for raiding distant shores also served to harvest the bounty of the ocean. For those with specialized skills, the day might involve craftsmanship. Blacksmiths, wood carvers, and jewelry makers were highly valued in Viking society. Their creations weren't just functional, they were often works of art, showcasing the intricate designs and patterns that have become synonymous with Viking culture. As you step outside, the brisk air invigorates your senses. The settlement around you is coming to life. Children run errands, women prepare for household tasks, and men gather tools for the day's work. Despite the popular image of Vikings as solely warriors and raiders, most led lives centered around agriculture and trade. Your community is likely a small one, perhaps just a few dozen families. Everyone knows each other, and social bonds are strong. The concept of individualism, as we know it today, doesn't exist. Your identity is deeply intertwined with your family and community. As you survey your surroundings, you might notice a small shrine dedicated to the Norse gods. While Christianity is slowly spreading across Scandinavia, many still hold fast to the old ways. You might offer a quick prayer to Odin for wisdom or Thor for strength before beginning your tasks. The day ahead will be long and filled with physical labor. Whether you're tilling fields, repairing ships, or crafting goods for trade, your work is essential for the survival and prosperity of your community. The harsh environment demands resilience and cooperation. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, you can't help but feel a sense of connection to the land and sea around you. The fjords, forests, and fields aren't just your home. They're an integral part of your identity as a Viking. Your life is deeply intertwined with the natural world, its rhythms dictating your daily routines and annual cycles. And so, with the day's first tasks calling, you set about your work. The Viking Age may be remembered for its raids and explorations, but for most, life was a constant struggle against the elements, a testament to human endurance and ingenuity in one of the world's most challenging environments. As we continue our journey through history, let's explore the housing conditions during the Viking Age. While popular culture often depicts Vikings as fierce warriors always on the move, they did indeed have permanent settlements with unique living arrangements. Viking houses, known as longhouses, were the centerpiece of their communities. These structures were typically long and narrow, measuring anywhere from 50 to 250 feet in length and 15 to 20 feet in width. The size of the longhouse often reflected the status and wealth of its owner. These longhouses were constructed using a combination of wood, stone, and turf. The frame was made of sturdy wooden posts, while the walls were typically wattle and daub, a mixture of woven sticks covered with mud and clay. The roof was thatched with straw or reeds, providing insulation against the harsh Nordic climate. Inside a Viking longhouse, you'd find a large central hearth that served as both a source of heat and a cooking area. Smoke from the fire would rise and escape through a hole in the roof, though not always efficiently. Imagine trying to sleep in a room filled with smoke. It's no wonder Vikings were known for their toughness. The interior was often divided into different areas. The main living space, where families gathered, ate, and slept, was in the center. At one end, you might find separate rooms for storage or livestock, while the other end could house private quarters for the family head. Sleeping arrangements were far from luxurious. Vikings typically slept on raised platforms along the walls, which were covered with straw and animal furs for comfort. Privacy was a rare commodity, as entire families, and sometimes even livestock, shared the same space. Lighting inside these longhouses was minimal. Small oil lamps or rushlights, made from rushes dipped in animal fat, provided dim illumination. Windows were scarce and small, mainly to keep out the cold, making the interiors quite dark even during daytime. Sanitation was another challenge. While some Viking settlements had primitive drainage systems, most longhouses lacked proper waste disposal. Imagine the smell and hygiene issues that would arise, especially during long, harsh winters when people were confined indoors for extended periods. Despite these challenges, Viking longhouses were remarkably efficient for their time. The thick walls and roof provided excellent insulation, crucial for surviving the cold Scandinavian winters. The communal living arrangement also fostered strong social bonds within families and communities. Interestingly, archaeological evidence suggests that some Viking longhouses had separate areas for craft production. Weaving, metalworking, and other essential crafts were often performed within the home, making these structures not just living spaces, but also centers of industry and commerce. As Viking society evolved, so did their housing. Towards the later Viking Age, we see evidence of more sophisticated urban planning in trading centers like Hedeby and Birka. Here, houses became smaller and more specialized, reflecting a shift towards a more diverse and stratified society. However, life in these Viking settlements was far from easy. The constant threat of raids, both from other Viking groups and foreign invaders, meant that many settlements were fortified. Some communities built defensive walls or settled on easily defensible headlands or islands. Climate also played a significant role in shaping Viking housing. The medieval warm period, which coincided with much of the Viking Age, allowed for more extensive farming and larger settlements. However, as the climate began to cool towards the end of the Viking Age, it put pressure on these communities and their housing strategies. One aspect of Viking housing that might surprise you is the level of craftsmanship involved. Despite their reputation as rough warriors, Vikings were skilled woodworkers. The intricate carvings found on some preserved wooden artifacts suggest that their homes, especially those of wealthy chieftains, could have been quite ornate. As we wrap up our exploration of Viking housing, it's worth reflecting on how these living conditions shaped Viking society. The communal nature of their homes fostered a strong sense of family and community, while the harsh realities of their environment contributed to their renowned resilience. So the next time you imagine Viking life, picture not just longships and battles, but also these longhouses, smoky, crowded, yet ingeniously adapted to their environment. It's a testament to human adaptability and the complex realities of life in the Viking Age. As we continue our journey through history, let's sail across the seas to the land of the Vikings. The Viking Age, spanning from the late 8th to the late 11th centuries, was a time of exploration, conquest, and interesting culinary choices. If you think your modern diet is challenging, wait until you hear about Viking food and nutrition. First, let's dispel a common myth. Vikings weren't just meat-eating barbarians. Their diet was actually quite diverse, influenced by their environment and trading activities. The harsh Nordic climate meant that Vikings had to be resourceful and adaptable in their food choices. A staple in the Viking diet was bread. But forget about your fluffy, store-bought loaves. Viking bread was dense, flat, and often made from barley or rye. It was so hard that it could last for months without spoiling. Imagine trying to eat a frisbee, and you're getting close to the Viking bread experience. Yawning, excuse me. Where were we? Ah yes, Viking food. Another important part of their diet was porridge. Made from grains like oats or barley, it was a filling and nutritious meal. Vikings would often add fruits, nuts, or honey to their porridge for extra flavor. It's not too different from your morning bowl of oatmeal, except they didn't have the luxury of instant microwavable packets. Now let's talk about meat. Yes, Vikings did eat a lot of it, but not in the way you might think. Most of their meat came from domesticated animals like cattle, sheep, and pigs. Wild game was a treat, not an everyday occurrence. And here's where it gets interesting. Much of their meat was preserved through smoking, drying, or salting. One particularly unique Viking delicacy was hackerel, or fermented shark. The process of making hackerel involved burying a shark in the ground for several months, then hanging it to dry for several more. The result: a pungent, ammonia-rich food that even modern-day adventurous eaters find challenging. If you're having trouble falling asleep, just imagine the smell of hackerel wafting through your Viking longhouse. Yawning, pardon me. The thought of hackerel is enough to make anyone drowsy. Moving on, let's not forget about fish. Living near the sea, Vikings had access to a variety of fish, including herring, cod, and salmon. They would often smoke or dry fish to preserve it for long sea voyages or harsh winters. Vikings also consumed dairy products, particularly from cows and goats. They made butter, cheese, and skyr, a type of yogurt that's still popular in Iceland today. These dairy products were not only nutritious, but also helped to supplement their diet during the long, cold winters when fresh food was scarce. Vegetables weren't as prominent in the Viking diet as they are in modern nutrition, but they weren't entirely absent. Vikings grew crops like cabbage, onions, peas, and beans. They also foraged for wild plants and berries when available. However, the short growing season in Scandinavia meant that preserved foods were often more important than fresh produce. Now let's address the elephant in the room, or should I say, the mead in the hall. Vikings were known for their love of alcoholic beverages, particularly mead and ale. Mead, made from fermented honey, was often reserved for special occasions and was associated with poetry and wisdom. Ale, on the other hand, was a daily drink, safer to consume than water in many cases due to the fermentation process killing harmful bacteria. Yawning, excuse me once again. All this talk of Viking feasts is making me sleepy. Where were we? Ah yes, nutrition. Despite what might seem like a limited diet by modern standards, Vikings generally maintained good nutrition. Their diet was high in protein from meat and fish, complex carbohydrates from grains, and essential fatty acids from fish and dairy. However, life wasn't always a feast in Viking society. Like many ancient cultures, they faced periods of food scarcity, particularly during harsh winters or failed harvests. During these times, Vikings had to rely heavily on their preserved foods and whatever they could forage or hunt. It's worth noting that the Viking diet varied depending on social status. Wealthy Vikings had access to a wider variety of foods, including exotic imports obtained through trade or raiding. The average Viking farmer, however, had a more modest diet based primarily on what they could produce themselves. In conclusion, while the Viking diet might not meet modern nutritional guidelines, it was well suited to their lifestyle and environment. From dense, long-lasting bread to pungent fermented shark, Vikings made the most of the resources available to them. Their culinary practices, born of necessity and ingenuity, played a crucial role in fueling their legendary explorations and conquests. Yawning, and with that, we'll leave the Viking feast hall behind, perhaps to dream of mead and hackerel, or perhaps not. In our next segment, we'll journey to another time and place, continuing our exploration of why you wouldn't last a day in various historical periods. But for now, let the gentle lapping of waves against a Viking longship lull you into a peaceful slumber. In the Viking Age, society was far from the romanticized image of fierce warriors raiding foreign lands. Daily life, for most Norse people, revolved around hard work and a strict social hierarchy. let's explore the various occupations and social classes that defined this era. At the top of the social ladder were the jarls, or chieftains. These were wealthy landowners who wielded significant power and influence. Below them were the carls, free men who made up the majority of the population. They could own land and animals and had the right to bear arms. Farmers formed the backbone of Viking society. They worked tirelessly to cultivate crops like barley, rye, and oats, as well as tending to livestock such as cattle, sheep, and pigs. The short growing season in Scandinavia meant that every moment of good weather had to be utilized efficiently. Fishing was another crucial occupation, especially in coastal areas and along rivers. Vikings were skilled fishermen, using nets and lines to catch a variety of fish, including cod, herring, and salmon. These catches not only provided food, but also became valuable trade goods. Craftsmen played a vital role in Viking society. Blacksmiths were particularly respected for their ability to forge weapons, tools, and jewelry. Woodworkers crafted everything from longships to household items, while potters produced essential cookware and storage vessels. The textile industry was predominantly the domain of women. They would spin wool into yarn, weave fabrics, and sew clothing for their families, and sometimes for trade. This work was time-consuming, but essential for survival in the harsh Nordic climate. Merchants and traders formed another important class in Viking society. They traveled far and wide, establishing trade routes that stretched from North America to the Middle East. These enterprising individuals dealt in a wide range of goods, including furs, amber, honey, slaves, and exotic items from distant lands. At the bottom of the social hierarchy were the thralls, or slaves. These unfortunate individuals were often captured during raids or born into slavery. They had no rights and were considered property, forced to perform the most menial and backbreaking tasks. It's worth noting that social mobility was possible in Viking society. A thrall could potentially buy their freedom or be granted it by their owner. Free men could increase their wealth and status through successful farming, trading, or proving themselves in battle. The concept of work in Viking society was deeply intertwined with honor and reputation. Laziness was frowned upon, and individuals were expected to contribute to their community. Even the wealthy were not exempt from physical labor, as manual work was not seen as beneath anyone. Education in the formal sense was rare, with most skills being passed down through apprenticeships or within families. However, the Vikings did have a rich oral tradition, with skalds or poets memorizing and reciting lengthy sagas that preserved their history and mythology. Religion played a significant role in Viking daily life and work. The Norse gods were believed to oversee various aspects of life and labor. For example, Thor was associated with farmers and the working class, while Odin was often invoked by warriors and rulers. The changing seasons dictated much of the work rhythm in Viking society. Summer was a time of intense agricultural activity, fishing, and trading expeditions. Winter, with its long, dark days, was spent on indoor activities such as repairing tools, weaving, and storytelling. Despite the popular image of Vikings as constant raiders, these activities were seasonal and involved only a small portion of the population. Most Vikings spent their lives working hard to survive and provide for their families in their homeland. The longhouse was the center of Viking domestic life and often doubled as a workspace. These large communal buildings housed extended families and sometimes even livestock. Various crafts and daily chores were performed within these structures, especially during the harsh winter months. Viking women, while often overlooked in popular depictions, held significant responsibilities. They managed households, participated in trade, and some even became influential leaders or warriors. The sagas tell of shield maidens who fought alongside men in battle. As we conclude this segment on Viking work and social status, it's clear that life in this era was far from easy. The harsh environment and rigid social structure meant that survival required constant effort and ingenuity. Yet, it was this very challenge that forged the resilient and adventurous spirit for which the Vikings are remembered. As we sail through the annals of history, let's dock our longship in the Viking Age to explore their approach to health and medicine. While the Vikings were renowned for their fierce warrior culture, their medical practices were a blend of practical knowledge, superstition, and surprising innovation. Viking society, like many ancient cultures, attributed illness to the displeasure of gods or the work of malevolent spirits. However, they also developed practical medical treatments based on observation and experience. The harsh Nordic environment necessitated a robust understanding of survival techniques, including basic medical care. One of the most important figures in Viking medical practice was the Völva, a female shaman or seer. These women were highly respected in society and often called upon to perform healing rituals. They would use a combination of herbal remedies, incantations, and rituals to treat the sick and injured. Sound effect, soft chanting. Imagine yourself in a dimly lit longhouse, the air thick with the scent of burning herbs. A Völva, adorned in a cloak of feathers, moves around a sick Viking, chanting softly and sprinkling a concoction of herbs over the patient. This scene would have been common in Viking settlements, blending the mystical with the medicinal. But it wasn't all magic and rituals. Vikings had a surprisingly advanced understanding of wound care and surgery. Archaeological evidence suggests they were skilled at amputations and even had rudimentary forms of anesthesia. They used herbs like henbane and opium poppy to dull pain during procedures. Sound effect, metal tools clinking. Picture a Viking healer, hands steady, using iron tools to carefully remove an arrowhead from a warrior's shoulder. The patient, semi-conscious from a potent herbal brew, barely stirs as the healer works with precision that would impress even modern surgeons. Vikings also understood the importance of hygiene, contrary to popular belief. They were known for their regular bathing habits, which was quite unusual for Europeans of that time. This practice likely contributed to better overall health and reduced the spread of diseases within their communities. Sound effect, water splashing. Envision a group of Vikings gathered by a steaming hot spring, taking turns to bathe and cleanse themselves. This wasn't just about cleanliness. It was a social activity and a vital part of their health regimen. The Viking diet also played a crucial role in their health. Rich in fish, meat, and fermented dairy products, their diet provided essential nutrients and probiotics. They also consumed a variety of fruits, vegetables, and grains, ensuring a balanced nutritional intake that supported their active lifestyle. However, life in the Viking Age was far from a health utopia. The harsh climate, frequent conflicts, and limited medical knowledge meant that many ailments were still deadly. Infections, particularly those resulting from battle wounds, were a significant cause of death. Childbirth was perilous for both mother and child, and infant mortality rates were high. Sound effect, wind howling. Picture a Viking settlement in the depths of winter. The cold seeps through wooden walls, and supplies are running low. In these conditions, even a minor illness could become life-threatening, testing the limits of Viking medical knowledge and community support. Despite these challenges, the Vikings developed innovative solutions. They used moss as a natural antiseptic for wound dressing, honey for its antibacterial properties, and even had a primitive form of penicillin derived from mold. Their medical practices were a testament to human ingenuity in the face of harsh conditions. One fascinating aspect of Viking medicine was their use of runes for healing. Runes were not just a writing system, but were believed to have magical properties. Healers would carve specific runes onto pieces of wood or stone, which would then be used in healing rituals or worn as amulets to ward off illness. Sound effect, carving on wood. Imagine a Viking healer, brow furrowed in concentration, carefully carving intricate runes into a small wooden disc. This amulet, imbued with what they believed to be powerful protective magic, would be given to a patient to wear, combining faith and folk medicine in a uniquely Viking way. The Vikings also had a sophisticated understanding of mental health, at least by the standards of their time. They recognized conditions we might now classify as PTSD, particularly in warriors returning from battle. These individuals were often treated with a combination of herbal remedies, meditation-like practices, and community support. As we conclude our exploration of Viking health and medicine, it's clear that their practices were a complex tapestry of practical knowledge, spiritual beliefs, and innovative thinking. While we might not want to trade our modern medical care for Viking treatments, their approach to health, emphasizing hygiene, balanced diet, and holistic care, still holds valuable lessons for us today. The next time you take a hot bath or use honey on a minor wound, remember, you might be channeling a bit of Viking wisdom from over 1,000 years ago. In the realm of health and healing, these ancient Norse people were far more than just fearsome warriors. They were also ingenious problem solvers, laying some of the groundwork for medical practices that would evolve over centuries to come. As we conclude our journey through the Viking Age, it's clear that life during this period was far from the romanticized version often portrayed in modern media. The harsh realities of daily existence in Scandinavia between the 8th and 11th centuries would have been challenging for even the hardiest modern individual. Let's recap some of the key reasons why you wouldn't last a day in Viking Age Scandinavia. First and foremost, the climate was unforgiving. Long, dark winters with temperatures plummeting well below freezing would test your survival skills to the limit. Without modern heating and proper insulation, staying warm would be a constant struggle. The diet of the Vikings was another significant hurdle. While they did have access to a variety of foods, the lack of preservation techniques meant that much of their diet consisted of dried, salted, or fermented options. The infamous hackerel, or fermented shark, might be enough to turn your stomach. And let's not forget the absence of many fruits and vegetables we take for granted today. Hygiene and health care were rudimentary at best. The concept of germs was unknown, and medical treatments often involved a mix of herbal remedies and superstitious practices. A simple cut or infection could easily become life-threatening without access to antibiotics or proper medical care. The social structure of Viking society would also be jarring to modern sensibilities. The strict hierarchical system meant that your place in society was largely determined by birth. Social mobility was limited, and the concept of individual rights, as we understand them today, was non-existent. Perhaps most challenging of all would be the constant threat of violence. Whether from rival clans, foreign invaders, or even within your own community, the potential for conflict was ever present. The need to be constantly vigilant and prepared for combat would be exhausting for anyone accustomed to modern peace and security. While we often glorify the Vikings' seafaring adventures and warrior culture, the reality of daily life was far from glamorous. The hardships of agricultural work, the dangers of seafaring in primitive vessels, and the constant struggle for survival in a harsh environment would quickly overwhelm most modern individuals. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the comforts and advancements of our modern world. The Viking Age, while fascinating to study, was a time of immense challenges and hardships. It's a stark reminder of how far human civilization has come, and how fortunate we are to live in an age of relative comfort and security. As the first rays of sunlight pierce through the morning mist, we find ourselves transported to the heart of the Aztec Empire, in the bustling city of Tenochtitlan. The year is 1500 AD, and life narrator. Your day begins early, very early. As a common Aztec citizen, you're jolted awake by the sound of conch shells and drums echoing through the city. It's barely dawn, but already the priests are calling everyone to morning prayers. You'd better not be late, or you might face severe consequences. You rise from your pedate, a woven reed mat that serves as your bed. Your home is a simple, one-room dwelling made of adobe bricks. There's no running water, no electricity, and certainly no cozy mattress or warm shower to ease you into the day. As you step outside, the cool morning air hits your face. You're wearing a simple loincloth if you're a man, or a huipil, a loose-fitting tunic, if you're a woman. Your feet are protected by sandals made from plant fibers. It's a far cry from the comfortable, varied wardrobe you're used to in the modern world. Your first task of the day is to make an offering to the gods. You gather a small amount of your precious food, perhaps some corn or beans, and a drop of your own blood. Yes, you heard that right. Bloodletting is a common practice in Aztec society, seen as a way to nourish the gods and maintain cosmic balance. With your offering made, you join the stream of people heading towards the nearest temple. The city is already alive with activity. Merchants are setting up their stalls in the marketplace, while nobles in elaborate feathered headdresses are carried on litters by servants. As you walk, you're struck by the incredible engineering of Tenochtitlan. The city is built on an island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, connected to the mainland by long causeways. Canals crisscross the city, filled with canoes transporting goods and people. It's a marvel of urban planning, but the constant dampness also means that disease is a constant threat. You arrive at the temple, a massive stepped pyramid that towers over the surrounding buildings. The climb to the top is steep and exhausting, especially on an empty stomach. But you push on, knowing that to skip this daily ritual would be to invite the wrath of both the gods and the priests. At the top, you join hundreds of other citizens in prayer and ritual. The air is thick with the smell of copal incense and the chanting of priests. You might witness a sacrifice, perhaps a quail or other small animal. On special occasions, it could be a human sacrifice, a practice that was central to Aztec religion, but would be utterly horrifying to modern sensibilities. With the morning rituals complete, it's time to start your workday. If you're a farmer, you'll head to the Chinampas, artificial agricultural islands created in the shallow lake waters. These innovative farming techniques allow the Aztecs to feed their large population, but the work is backbreaking and constant. If you're an artisan, you might spend your day crafting intricate jewelry, weaving textiles, or creating featherwork. The Aztecs are renowned for their craftsmanship, but the work is painstaking, and the standards are incredibly high. Perhaps you're a warrior in training. In that case, your day will be filled with rigorous physical exercises and combat drills. The Aztec military is one of the most feared in Mesoamerica, but the path to becoming a respected warrior is long and fraught with danger. As midday approaches, you break for your main meal of the day. Your diet consists mainly of corn, beans, and squash, supplemented with chilies, tomatoes, and occasionally meat or fish. The staple is a flatbread called tlaxcali, which you might know better as a tortilla. It's nutritious, but hardly varied by modern standards. You wash down your meal with water, or, if you're lucky, a fermented drink made from agave called pulque. But be careful, excessive drunkenness is severely punished in Aztec society, often by death. As you eat, you're constantly aware of the strict social hierarchy that governs every aspect of Aztec life. Your clothing, your job, even where you can walk in the city, all are determined by your social status. Social mobility is possible, particularly through military achievement. But for most, the class you're born into is the class you'll die in. And speaking of death, it's a constant presence in Aztec life. The average life expectancy is only about 30 years. Disease, accidents, warfare, and ritual sacrifice all take their toll. The Aztec view of the afterlife is complex, with different destinies based on how you die rather than how you lived. As the sun reaches its zenith, you return to your labors, knowing that many more hours of work lie ahead before you can rest. The day-to-day life of an average Aztec is one of constant toil, rigid social expectations, and omnipresent religious devotion. It's a world that would be utterly alien and likely terrifying to most modern people. Yet, for all its harshness, the Aztec civilization was also one of incredible achievements in art, architecture, mathematics, and astronomy. As you go about your day in this ancient world, you're part of one of the most fascinating and complex societies in human history. As we journey through time and across continents, let's turn our attention to the Aztec Empire, a civilization that flourished in central Mexico from the 14th to the 16th centuries. While their grand temples and bustling marketplaces might capture our imagination, the everyday living conditions of the Aztec people were far from glamorous. Let's explore the housing situation in the Aztec Empire, and why you might find it challenging to spend even a single day in their dwellings. The Aztec Empire was highly stratified, and this social hierarchy was reflected in their housing arrangements. The majority of the population lived in simple, single-story homes called calli. These structures were a far cry from the comfortable abodes we're accustomed to today. Picture yourself stepping into an Aztec calli. The first thing you'd notice is the size, or rather, the lack of it. These homes were typically small, often consisting of just 1 or 2 rooms. The average family of 5 or 6 would be crammed into a space no larger than 20 to 25 square meters. That's about the size of a modern studio apartment, but with far more occupants. The walls of these homes were constructed using adobe, a mixture of mud, straw, and other organic materials. While this building technique was effective for insulation, it also meant that the walls were prone to crumbling over time. You'd need to be careful not to lean too heavily against them, lest you find yourself covered in a shower of dried mud. The roof of your Aztec home would be thatched, made from dried grass or palm leaves. While this provided some protection from the elements, it was far from perfect. During heavy rains, you might find yourself huddled in a corner, trying to avoid the leaks that would inevitably spring up. Ventilation in these homes was minimal. Most calli had only 1 door and no windows. This design choice was primarily for security reasons, but it meant that the interior could become stuffy and dark. The lack of proper ventilation also led to the accumulation of smoke from indoor cooking fires, which would irritate your eyes and lungs. Speaking of cooking, the hearth was a central feature of every Aztec home. It was typically located in the middle of the main room and served as both a source of warmth and a place to prepare meals. However, without a proper chimney, smoke would fill the house, creating a hazy and often choking atmosphere. Furniture in an Aztec home was sparse by modern standards. You wouldn't find any chairs or tables. Instead, people sat and slept on reed mats called pedates, spread directly on the earthen floor. These mats served multiple purposes as beds, dining areas, and workspaces. While they were practical, they offered little comfort compared to our modern furnishings. Storage was another challenge in these compact homes. Most possessions were kept in baskets or clay pots, which would be stacked along the walls or hung from the rafters. You'd need to be careful moving around, as bumping into these precariously balanced items could lead to a messy disaster. Hygiene in Aztec homes was a far cry from our modern standards. While the Aztecs valued cleanliness and had public baths, called temazcalli, for ritual cleansing, daily hygiene in the home was limited. Most calli didn't have dedicated bathing areas or toilets. Instead, a corner of the house or a nearby area outside would serve as a makeshift bathroom. Privacy was virtually non-existent in these crowded dwellings. With multiple family members sharing a single room, you'd have little personal space. Conversations, arguments, and intimate moments would all unfold within earshot of everyone else. This lack of privacy extended to sleeping arrangements, with family members often sharing sleeping mats. The floors of Aztec homes were typically made of packed earth. While this was easy to maintain, simply sweeping or repacking when necessary, it also meant that your living space was constantly dusty. During dry seasons, the floor would become powdery, and during wet seasons, it could turn into mud. Pest control was another significant challenge. The thatched roofs and earthen floors provided ideal habitats for various insects and small animals. You might find yourself sharing your living space with spiders, scorpions, or even small rodents. Keeping these unwanted guests at bay would be a constant battle. Despite these challenges, Aztec homes did have some positive aspects. The adobe walls provided good insulation, keeping the interior cool during hot days and relatively warm during cool nights. The simplicity of the design also meant that repairs and maintenance were straightforward, often manageable by the occupants themselves. In conclusion, while the Aztec civilization achieved remarkable feats in architecture, urban planning, and engineering, the everyday living conditions for the average person were far from comfortable by our modern standards. The cramped spaces, lack of privacy, poor ventilation, and constant battle against the elements and pests would make it challenging for most of us to last even a day in an Aztec home. This glimpse into the past serves as a reminder of how far we've come in terms of housing and comfort, and perhaps makes us appreciate our own living spaces a little more. As we journey through the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the Aztec Empire, a civilization known for its rich culture and complex society. In this segment, we'll explore the fascinating world of Aztec food and nutrition, a topic that might just make you appreciate your modern diet a little more. The Aztecs, who flourished in central Mexico from the 14th to the 16th centuries, had a diverse and sophisticated cuisine. However, their daily diet was far from what we might consider comfortable or appetizing by today's standards. Let's delve into the culinary world of the Aztecs and discover why you might not last a day eating like them. At the heart of the Aztec diet was maize, or corn. This versatile grain formed the foundation of nearly every meal. The Aztecs prepared maize in various ways, but the most common was in the form of tortillas. These weren't the soft, pliable tortillas we know today. Instead, they were often tough and chewy, requiring considerable effort to eat. To make these tortillas, Aztec women would spend hours each day grinding maize on a metate, a stone tool used for processing grains and seeds. This back-breaking labor was a daily chore that began before dawn and continued throughout the day. Imagine having to grind your own corn for hours just to make breakfast. Not exactly a quick and easy start to your day. Another staple in the Aztec diet was beans. While beans are nutritious, the Aztecs often consumed them in large quantities due to the scarcity of other protein sources. This bean-heavy diet, combined with the high fiber content of maize, would likely cause significant digestive discomfort for those accustomed to modern diets. Bloating, gas, and stomach cramps would be your constant companions. Meat was a luxury in Aztec society, primarily reserved for the nobility and special occasions. The common people rarely ate meat, and when they did, it wasn't always what we'd consider appetizing. Small game, such as rabbits and turkeys, were consumed, but so were insects, lizards, and even dogs. Yes, you heard that right dogs were considered a delicacy in Aztec cuisine. One of the more unusual protein sources in the Aztec diet was tecuatletl, a type of algae harvested from Lake Texcoco. This blue-green algae was dried into cakes and eaten as a supplement to their plant-based diet. While nutritious, the taste and texture of tecuatletl would likely be off-putting to modern palates. Imagine trying to swallow what essentially amounts to pond scum. Not exactly a gourmet experience. The Aztecs also consumed a variety of fruits and vegetables, including tomatoes, avocados, and chili peppers. However, these weren't always eaten fresh. Many foods were dried and stored for long periods, resulting in a loss of flavor and nutrients. The concept of eating fresh, crisp vegetables with every meal was foreign to the average Aztec. One beverage that played a significant role in Aztec society was chocolate, but not in the sweet, creamy form we enjoy today. Aztec chocolate was a bitter, frothy drink made from ground cacao beans mixed with water, and often flavored with chili peppers. This drink was primarily consumed by the elite and was believed to have spiritual and medicinal properties. The average person, however, rarely tasted this prized beverage. Instead, the common drink was pulque, a fermented beverage made from the sap of the maguey plant. Pulque has a sour, yeasty flavor and a slimy texture that many modern drinkers find unpalatable. It was, however, an important source of nutrients and calories for the Aztecs. Drinking pulque was also a social activity, but overindulgence was frowned upon and could lead to severe punishments. The Aztec approach to meal times was also quite different from what we're used to. The main meal of the day was eaten in the early afternoon, with lighter meals in the morning and evening. Snacking between meals was not a common practice, and the concept of dessert, as we know it, didn't exist. Sweet treats were rare and usually reserved for special occasions or medicinal purposes. It's worth noting that while the Aztec diet might seem limited or unappealing to us, it was actually quite nutritious. The combination of maize and beans provided a complete protein, and the inclusion of various plants ensured a good intake of vitamins and minerals. However, the lack of variety and the labor-intensive food preparation would make it challenging for a modern person to adapt to this ancient diet. In conclusion, while the Aztec civilization was advanced in many ways, their daily cuisine would be a significant challenge for most of us today. From the hours spent grinding corn, to the limited protein sources, to the unusual delicacies like algae cakes and dog meat, surviving on an Aztec diet would require a strong stomach and an even stronger will. So the next time you enjoy a varied, easily prepared meal, take a moment to appreciate how far our culinary practices have come since the days of the Aztec Empire. As we delve deeper into the complexities of ancient civilizations, let's turn our attention to the Aztec Empire, a society known for its intricate social structure and diverse occupations. If you were to find yourself transported back to this Mesoamerican powerhouse, you'd quickly realize that your place in society would largely determine your daily life and future prospects. The Aztec social hierarchy was rigid and clearly defined. At the very top sat the emperor, or Huitzilopochtli, who was considered divine and ruled with absolute authority. Just below him were the nobility, known as the Pippleton. These individuals held high-ranking positions in government, military, and religious institutions. If you were fortunate enough to be born into a noble family, your life would be one of relative comfort and privilege. You'd receive an education at the Comicac, an elite school for the children of nobles. Here, you'd study history, religion, astronomy, and the arts of war and governance. However, the vast majority of Aztecs belonged to the commoner class, or Macehuelton. As a commoner, your options would be more limited, but still diverse. You might find yourself working as a farmer, craftsman, or merchant. Farming was the backbone of Aztec society, and many commoners worked the land, growing crops like maize, beans, and squash. If you showed skill in a particular craft, you might become an artisan. Aztec artisans were highly respected and produced intricate works of art, jewelry, and ceremonial objects. Some of the most valued artisans were the feather workers, or Amanteca, who created stunning featherwork for nobles and religious ceremonies. Trade was another important aspect of Aztec society. As a Pachteca, or long-distance merchant, you travel far and wide, trading goods, and sometimes acting as a spy for the empire. This was a dangerous but potentially lucrative profession that could elevate your social status. At the bottom of the social hierarchy were the slaves, or Tlacotin. However, Aztec slavery was quite different from other forms of slavery in history. It was not hereditary, and slaves could own property and even other slaves. Many people became slaves due to debt or as punishment for crimes, but there were ways to regain freedom. One of the most intriguing aspects of Aztec society was the potential for social mobility. While your birth largely determined your initial status, there were opportunities to climb the social ladder. Military prowess was one such avenue. As a warrior, you could gain prestige and rewards by capturing enemies in battle. The Aztec military had a clear hierarchy based on battlefield accomplishments. At the lowest level were the Tilamani, novice warriors who had yet to capture an enemy. As you progressed, you might become a Cuxtacatl, having captured 2 enemies, or even reach the elite ranks of the Oslotl jaguar or Cuautli eagle warriors. Education was another path to advancement. While nobles attended the Comicak, commoners could send their children to the Tolpachkali, or House of Youth. Here, they received basic military training and education. Exceptional students from the Tolpachkali could sometimes transfer to the Comicak, opening up opportunities for higher positions in society. Religion played a central role in Aztec life, and becoming a priest was another way to gain status. The priesthood was open to both nobles and commoners, though the highest positions were usually reserved for those of noble birth. As a priest, you'd be responsible for maintaining the temples, performing rituals, and interpreting omens. Women in Aztec society, while generally subordinate to men, had more rights and opportunities than in many other ancient cultures. They could own property, engage in trade, and even serve as priestesses. Skilled midwives were highly respected, and some women worked as doctors or healers. One unique aspect of Aztec society was the Calpulli system. These were organizational units that functioned like small communities within the larger city. Each Calpulli had its own lands, temples, and schools, and members often shared a common profession. This system provided a sense of belonging and mutual support for its members. As we wrap up our exploration of work and social status in the Aztec Empire, it's clear that while the society was hierarchical, it was also dynamic. Your daily life, opportunities, and challenges would vary greatly depending on your position in this complex social structure. Whether you were a noble, a warrior, an artisan, or a farmer, you'd play a vital role in maintaining one of the most fascinating civilizations in human history. As we continue our journey through the ancient civilizations, let's turn our attention to the Aztec Empire and their fascinating, albeit sometimes gruesome, approach to health and medicine. Settle in as we explore the intricacies of Aztec healing practices that might just make you grateful for modern medicine. The Aztecs, like many ancient civilizations, had a complex understanding of health and disease that blended religious beliefs with practical medical knowledge. They believed that illness was often a result of imbalances in the body or divine punishment for wrongdoings. This worldview significantly influenced their medical practices. One of the most important figures in Aztec medicine was the Tizitl, or healer. These individuals were highly respected in society and underwent extensive training. They were not only expected to have knowledge of herbs and treatments, but also to be skilled in divination and religious rituals. After all, in the Aztec world, physical and spiritual health were deeply intertwined. The Aztecs had a surprisingly advanced understanding of human anatomy, thanks in part to their practice of human sacrifice. While this knowledge came at a terrible cost, it allowed their healers to develop a more accurate understanding of the human body than many of their contemporaries in other parts of the world. Herbal medicine played a crucial role in Aztec healthcare. They utilized a wide variety of plants for medicinal purposes, many of which are still used in modern medicine today. For instance, they used the bark of the cinchona tree to treat fevers, which we now know contains quinine, an effective treatment for malaria. Another common remedy was the use of cocoa beans. The Aztecs believed that cocoa had both medicinal and spiritual properties. They used it to treat fatigue, improve digestion, and even as an aphrodisiac. Little did they know that centuries later, chocolate would become a global obsession, albeit for slightly different reasons. One of the more unusual Aztec medical practices was the use of temazcal, or sweat baths. These dome-shaped structures were used for both hygienic and therapeutic purposes. Patients would enter the temazcal, where hot stones and herb-infused water created a steamy environment. The Aztecs believed this practice could cure various ailments, from skin conditions to respiratory problems. However, not all Aztec medical practices were so benign. Some of their treatments might make you squirm. For instance, to treat ear infections, healers would pour warm urine into the affected ear. While this might sound revolting, urine is sterile when it leaves the body and contains compounds that can have antibacterial properties. Still, I think we can all agree that modern antibiotics are a preferable alternative. Another practice that might make you grateful for modern dentistry was their approach to toothaches. Aztec healers would sometimes place small live insects into cavities, believing that their movement would distract from the pain. In other cases, they might apply hot chili peppers to numb the area. Suddenly, that root canal doesn't sound so bad, does it? Despite some of these cringeworthy practices, the Aztecs did have some surprisingly effective treatments. For instance, they used the maguey plant to create poultices for wounds. This plant contains compounds that can help prevent infection and promote healing. They also used the sap of the maguey as a sweet drink to soothe sore throats. One area where Aztec medicine truly shined was in the treatment of bone fractures and dislocations. Their healers were skilled at setting bones and even performed a type of traction therapy for spinal injuries. They would suspend patients from trees using ropes and weights to realign the spine, a practice that, while primitive, shows a sophisticated understanding of skeletal structure. Childbirth was another area where Aztec medicine was relatively advanced for its time. Midwives, known as Tlamidquidacidal, were highly respected and underwent extensive training. They used herbs to ease labor pains and had techniques to deal with difficult births, including version, where they would manually turn a breech baby. However, it's important to note that not all aspects of Aztec medicine were beneficial. Like many ancient cultures, they sometimes attributed illness to supernatural causes, leading to treatments that were more spiritual than medical. In some cases, this could delay or prevent effective treatment. Moreover, the Aztec approach to mental illness was particularly problematic by modern standards. They often viewed mental disorders as a form of divine punishment or possession, leading to treatments that could be cruel or ineffective. As we drift off to sleep, pondering these ancient practices, we might feel a mix of fascination and relief. While the Aztecs made some remarkable advancements in medicine, their approach to health and healing was often a dangerous blend of the practical and the mystical. It serves as a reminder of how far medical science has come, and perhaps makes us a little more appreciative of our modern healthcare systems, despite their flaws. So the next time you find yourself grumbling in a doctor's waiting room or wincing at the thought of a vaccination, just remember, at least you're not having live insects placed in your teeth or being suspended from a tree to fix your back pain. Sweet dreams, and be thankful for modern medicine. As we conclude our journey through the Aztec Empire, it's clear that surviving in this ancient civilization would have been a formidable challenge. The Aztecs built a complex society with remarkable achievements, but also one fraught with dangers and harsh realities. Their capital, Tenochtitlan, was a marvel of engineering and urban planning. Situated on an island in Lake Texcoco, it boasted an intricate system of canals, bridges, and floating gardens. However, living in this densely populated city would have exposed you to various diseases and the constant threat of flooding. The Aztec social structure was rigid and unforgiving. Unless you were born into nobility, your life would have been one of hard labor and limited opportunities. Commoners faced strict laws and severe punishments for even minor infractions. The concept of social mobility, as we know it today, was virtually non-existent. Perhaps the most daunting aspect of Aztec life was the omnipresence of human sacrifice. While modern historians debate the scale and frequency of these rituals, there's no doubt that they played a significant role in Aztec religion and politics. As a common citizen, you would have lived with the constant awareness that you or your loved ones could be chosen as sacrificial victims. The Aztec diet, while diverse, relied heavily on corn, beans, and squash. Meat was scarce for most people, and nutritional deficiencies were common. The lack of domesticated animals also meant that all heavy labor fell to human workers, making daily life physically demanding and often grueling. Education in Aztec society was a double-edged sword. While they valued learning and had schools for both boys and girls. The curriculum was strict, and punishments for misbehavior were severe. Children from noble families received more comprehensive education, but they also faced higher expectations and responsibilities. The Aztec approach to medicine was a mix of practical knowledge and spiritual beliefs. While they had a surprisingly advanced understanding of certain herbs and treatments, many illnesses were attributed to supernatural causes. Without access to modern medicine, even minor injuries or infections could prove fatal. In conclusion, while the Aztec Empire was undoubtedly a fascinating and complex civilization, the daily realities of life in this ancient society would be shocking and challenging for most modern individuals. From the ever-present threat of violence and sacrifice to the rigid social structure and demanding physical labor, surviving in the Aztec world would require a level of resilience and adaptability that few of us possess today. As the first light of dawn breaks over the colonial landscape, life in early America begins to stir. The year is 1750, and you find yourself transported to a small settlement in Massachusetts. The air is crisp, filled with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. Let's explore how your morning would unfold in this era, far removed from the comforts of modern life. Your day starts early, very early. There's no snooze button, no gentle chime of a smartphone alarm. Instead, you're jolted awake by the loud crowing of a rooster. It's barely 5 a.m., but in colonial times, this is considered sleeping in. You rub the sleep from your eyes and sit up on your straw-filled mattress, your back aching from the lumpy surface. The first order of business is light. You fumble in the dark for your tinderbox, striking flint against steel to create a spark. It takes several attempts before you successfully light a candle. The flickering flame casts eerie shadows on the walls of your simple, one-room house. This dim light is all you have to navigate by as you begin your morning routine. Next, it's time to stoke the fire in the hearth. This isn't just for warmth, it's essential for cooking and boiling water. You add kindling and blow gently, coaxing the embers back to life. The smoke stings your eyes as you work, a daily discomfort you'd have to get used to. Now that you have some light and warmth, it's time to dress. Forget about a quick shower or a spritz of deodorant. Bathing is a weekly affair at best, usually reserved for Saturday nights. Instead, you slip on the same clothes you wore yesterday and the day before that. Your linen shirt and wool breeches are scratchy and none too clean, but they'll have to do. As you lace up your leather shoes, you notice a hole forming in the sole. You make a mental note to patch it later, as new shoes are an expensive luxury. Every item of clothing you own is precious and must be made to last as long as possible. With the fire crackling, you turn your attention to breakfast. There's no refrigerator to raid, no cereal box to reach for. Instead, you grab a wooden bowl and spoon, filling it with cornmeal, mush a staple food known as hasty pudding. It's bland and lumpy, but it's filling and easy to prepare. You might sweeten it with a drizzle of molasses if you're lucky enough to have some. As you eat your simple meal, you glance out the window. The sun is barely up, but you can already see your neighbors beginning their day. Women are heading to the communal well for water, while men are making their way to the fields or workshops. There's a palpable sense of community, but also of constant labor. Idleness is not just frowned upon, it's considered sinful. After breakfast, it's time to tackle your first chores of the day. If you're a farmer, this might mean feeding livestock, milking cows, or heading out to the fields. If you're a tradesman, you'd be opening up your workshop and preparing for a day of labor. For women, the day might start with kindling fires, preparing food, or beginning the endless cycle of cleaning and mending. One task that can't be ignored is the chamber pot. Indoor plumbing is centuries away, so this ceramic vessel under your bed has served as the night's toilet. It's your unpleasant duty to empty it each morning, carrying it outside to dump in the designated waste area. The smell is pungent, a mix of human waste and whatever natural herbs or perfumes are used to mask the odor. As you step outside to complete this task, the full reality of colonial life hits you. The streets, if they can be called that, are unpaved dirt paths, muddy from recent rain. The air is filled with a cacophony of sounds, roosters crowing, pigs squealing, and the distant ring of a blacksmith's hammer. The smell is a mix of wood smoke, animal dung, and the earthy scent of vegetation. Returning inside, you take stock of your home. It's a far cry from modern standards of comfort. The walls are bare wood, perhaps whitewashed if you're relatively well off. The floor is hard-packed earth, swept clean but perpetually dusty. Your furniture is sparse and functional: a table, a few chairs, maybe a chest for storing clothes and valuables. As the morning progresses, you realize how much of your day will be spent simply ensuring survival. There's water to be fetched, wood to be chopped, food to be preserved. Every task is labor-intensive, requiring physical strength and endurance that would challenge even the fittest modern person. By now, it's barely 7 a.m., and you've already been awake and working for 2 hours. Your back aches, your hands are dirty, and you're already looking forward to the brief rest you might get at midday. But there's no time to dwell on discomfort. In colonial America, every day is a test of endurance, resourcefulness, and resilience. As you step out to face the rest of your day, you can't help but wonder, how long would you really last in this demanding, primitive world? As we drift further into our historical slumber, let's explore the living conditions in colonial America. If you thought your cramped apartment was uncomfortable, prepare to be grateful for modern amenities. In the early days of colonial America, housing was far from luxurious. Most settlers lived in simple, one-room structures made of wood or wattle and daub, a mixture of twigs, clay, and animal dung. These humble abodes, often called cottages or cabins, were a far cry from the cozy homes we know today. Imagine sharing a single room with your entire family, livestock included. Yes, you heard that right. It wasn't uncommon for chickens, pigs, or even a cow to share your living space during harsh winters. The concept of personal space was virtually non-existent, and privacy was a luxury few could afford. The floors of these early homes were typically bare earth, perhaps covered with rushes or straw. In more established settlements, wooden planks might be used, but they were often rough and uneven. Forget about that plush carpet between your toes. You'd be lucky to have a few animal skins to soften your step. Windows, if they existed at all, were small and covered with oiled paper or animal hide. Glass was a rare commodity, reserved for the wealthiest colonists. This meant that most homes were dark, relying on the flickering light of candles or the glow from the hearth for illumination. Speaking of hearths, the fireplace was the heart of the colonial home. It served multiple purposes: heating, cooking, and providing light. However, it was also a constant source of danger. Chimney fires were common, and the smoke often filled the house, causing respiratory issues for the inhabitants. Sleeping arrangements were equally primitive. Beds, when available, were typically shared by multiple family members. Many colonists slept on straw-filled mattresses placed directly on the floor. And those fancy Egyptian cotton sheets you love. In colonial times, you'd be lucky to have a rough woolen blanket to ward off the chill. Sanitation was another major issue in colonial homes. Indoor plumbing was non-existent, meaning that chamber pots were used for nighttime relief. These would be emptied each morning, often into the street or a nearby body of water. The concept of a daily shower was unheard of. Most colonists considered themselves clean if they washed their face and hands occasionally. As settlements grew and prospered, housing conditions gradually improved. By the mid-18th century, two-story homes with multiple rooms became more common among the middle class. These houses, often called saltbox homes due to their distinctive shape, offered more space and privacy. However, even these improved homes lacked many of the comforts we take for granted. Insulation was minimal, making them drafty and difficult to heat. In winter, it wasn't uncommon for water to freeze in bedroom basins overnight. Imagine waking up to a layer of ice on your washing water suddenly. That cold shower doesn't seem so bad, does it? Pests were another constant problem in colonial homes. Rats, mice, and various insects found the warm, food-filled houses irresistible. Bedbugs were particularly troublesome, leading to the common phrase, "sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite." This wasn't just a cute saying. It was practical advice for colonial sleepers. Food storage was also challenging in these early homes. Without refrigeration, colonists had to rely on salting, smoking, and pickling to preserve their food. Root cellars, cool underground rooms, were used to store vegetables and fruits. However, spoilage was common, and many colonists faced periods of hunger, especially during harsh winters. Despite these hardships, colonial Americans found ways to make their houses feel like homes. They decorated with handmade items like quilts and woven rugs. Herbs hung from rafters, adding a pleasant scent to the air and serving medicinal purposes. Family heirlooms and religious items often held places of honor, reminding inhabitants of their heritage and faith. As we conclude our tour of colonial housing, take a moment to appreciate the comforts of your modern home. The next time you adjust your thermostat, flip on a light switch, or enjoy a hot shower, remember the hardships endured by those who came before us. Their perseverance in the face of such challenging living conditions helped shape the nation we know today. Now, as we continue our journey through history, let the echoes of colonial life lull you deeper into sleep. Close your eyes and imagine the crackling of the hearth fire, the soft rustle of straw mattresses, and the distant sounds of a growing nation. Let the weight of history gently press you further into relaxation as we prepare to explore our next historical destination. As we continue our journey through history, let's turn our attention to colonial America, specifically focusing on the food and nutrition of the early settlers. The dietary habits of these pioneers were vastly different from what we're accustomed to today, shaped by necessity, available resources, and the challenges of establishing a new life in an unfamiliar land. When the first English colonists arrived in North America in the early 17th century, they faced a daunting task of survival. Their initial diet was heavily influenced by what they brought with them and what they could quickly cultivate or forage. The staples of their diet included foods that were easy to preserve and transport, such as hardtack, a type of hard biscuit made from flour, water, and sometimes salt. Hardtack was notoriously tough and bland, often requiring soaking in water or coffee to become edible. It earned nicknames like molar breakers and sheet iron crackers due to its rock-hard consistency. Despite its unappetizing nature, hardtack provided a reliable source of calories and carbohydrates, crucial for the demanding physical labor of establishing settlements. As the colonists began to establish themselves, they started cultivating crops familiar to them from Europe. Wheat, barley, and rye became important staples, used to make bread and porridge. However, these old world crops often struggled in the New World climate, leading to frequent shortages and the need to adapt. One crop that proved particularly successful and influential was corn, or maize, which the colonists learned to cultivate from Native Americans. Corn quickly became a cornerstone of the colonial diet, used in various forms such as cornbread, corn pudding, and a porridge porridge-like dish called hasty pudding. The versatility and hardiness of corn made it an invaluable resource for the colonists. Meat was an important part of the colonial diet, though its availability varied greatly depending on location and season. In coastal areas, fish and shellfish were abundant and formed a significant part of the diet. Inland, wild game such as deer, turkey, and rabbit supplemented the meat supply. As settlements grew, domesticated animals like pigs, cattle, and chickens became more common, providing a more reliable source of meat, eggs, and dairy. However, the lack of refrigeration posed a significant challenge in meat preservation. Colonists relied heavily on salting, smoking, and drying to preserve meat for long-term storage. These preservation methods, while effective, often resulted in meat that was tough, salty, and less palatable than fresh meat. Vegetables played a crucial role in the colonial diet, though the variety was limited compared to modern standards. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, and onions were popular due to their ability to store well. Cabbage was another important vegetable, often preserved as sauerkraut to provide a source of vitamins during the winter months. Fruits were seasonal and varied by region. Apples were particularly important, used not only for eating, but also for making cider, which was a common beverage for both children and adults. Wild berries, grapes, and other foraged fruits supplemented the diet when available. The colonial approach to meals was quite different from our modern 3 meals a day structure. Breakfast was often a quick, simple affair, consisting of leftovers from the previous night's supper, or perhaps some bread and cheese. The main meal of the day, called dinner, was typically eaten in the early afternoon. Supper, if eaten at all, was usually a light meal in the evening. Cooking methods were limited by available technology. Most cooking was done over an open hearth, which required constant attention and skill to manage the fire and cook food evenly. Baking was particularly challenging, as it required a consistent heat that was difficult to achieve with an open fire. The colonial diet was generally high in calories, which was necessary for the physically demanding lifestyle of the time. However, it was often lacking in certain nutrients, particularly during winter months when fresh fruits and vegetables were scarce. This could lead to deficiency diseases such as scurvy, which was a constant threat, especially in the early years of colonization. Beverages in colonial America were another interesting aspect of their diet. Water was often unsafe to drink due to contamination, so other beverages were preferred. Beer was commonly consumed even by children, as the brewing process made it safer than water. Cider, both hard and sweet, was also popular. Tea became increasingly important, especially in the years leading up to the American Revolution, when it became a symbol of political tension with Britain. As we reflect on the food and nutrition of colonial America, it's clear that the early settlers faced significant challenges in maintaining a balanced and nutritious diet. Their ability to adapt to new foods, preserve what they had, and make the most of available resources was crucial to their survival and eventual thriving in the New World. The dietary habits they developed would go on to influence American cuisine for generations to come, leaving a lasting legacy that we can still taste in many traditional American dishes today. As we journey back to colonial America, we find a society where your work wasn't just a job, it was your entire identity. Imagine a world where your occupation determined not only your daily routine, but also your social standing, your living conditions, and even your future prospects. Let's explore the intricate web of work and social status in early American society. In the 17th and 18th centuries, colonial America was a place of stark contrasts. At the top of the social ladder were the gentry, wealthy landowners, merchants, and professionals. These individuals lived lives of relative luxury, often in large, well-furnished homes. They wore fine clothes, ate well, and had the means to educate their children. John, as a member of the gentry, I find myself blessed with abundance. My plantation yields bountiful harvests, and my connections in London ensure a steady flow of the finest goods. Yet, with this privilege comes great responsibility to lead, to govern, and to set an example for those beneath us in station. Below the gentry were the middle class, composed of skilled artisans, shopkeepers, and small farmers. While not as wealthy as the gentry, they enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle and often played important roles in their communities. Sarah, my husband's carpentry shop, provides us with a good living. We may not have the finest china or the largest house, but we take pride in our work and our place in society. Our children will learn trades of their own, ensuring their future prosperity. The lower classes, however, faced a much harsher reality. This group included laborers, sailors, and servants. They often lived in small, cramped quarters and worked long hours for meager pay. Their diet was simple, their clothes plain, and their prospects for advancement limited. Thomas, from dawn to dusk, I toil in the fields. The work is backbreaking, and the pay barely keeps food on our table. But what choice do we have? This is the lot we've been given, and we must make the best of it. At the very bottom of colonial society were indentured servants and enslaved individuals. Indentured servants, often poor Europeans seeking a new life in America, would agree to work for a set number of years in exchange for passage to the colonies. Their lives were difficult, with long working hours and harsh treatment from their masters. Mary, when I signed that contract in London, I had no idea what awaited me here. 7 years of servitude seemed a small price to pay for a chance at a new life. Now, as I scrub floors and tend to my master's children, I wonder if the institution of slavery, a dark stain on American history, subjected countless individuals to a life of forced labor, abuse, and dehumanization. Enslaved people had no rights, no freedom, and no hope of improving their situation without escaping or being granted freedom by their enslavers. William, the treatment of these poor souls weighs heavily on my conscience. As a minister, I preach of God's love for all his children, yet I see my neighbors treat their slaves as mere property. It is a contradiction that haunts me daily. Your occupation in colonial America wasn't just a job. It was a defining characteristic that shaped every aspect of your life. A blacksmith wasn't simply someone who worked with metal. He was a respected member of the community, often consulted on matters beyond his trade. Similarly, a midwife wasn't just a healthcare provider. She was a trusted advisor to women in all aspects of their lives. Social mobility, while not impossible, was extremely difficult. The circumstances of your birth often dictated your future. Children typically followed in their parents' footsteps, learning the family trade or taking over the family business. Education, a key factor in social advancement, was largely reserved for the wealthy. Elizabeth, my father insists I focus on my needlework and household management. He says a proper education is wasted on a girl. But in secret, I borrow books from our neighbor's son. Knowledge, I believe, is the key to a better future. The American Revolution would eventually challenge some of these rigid social structures. But change came slowly. The ideals of equality and opportunity, while enshrined in founding documents, took generations to begin to materialize in practice. As we reflect on this period in history, we're reminded of how far society has come in terms of social mobility and equal opportunity. Yet, we also see echoes of these colonial structures in modern times, where one's background, education, and connections can still play a significant role in determining one's place in society. The story of work and social status in colonial America is a complex tapestry of ambition, tradition, inequality, and slow progress. It's a reminder that the society we live in today is the result of centuries of evolution, struggle, and gradual change. As you drift off to sleep, consider how your own place in society might have been different if you had been born in those colonial times, and how the echoes of that era still resonate in our world today. As we drift through the annals of history, let's explore the realm of health and medicine in colonial America, a time when the line between science and superstition was often blurred, and survival was a daily challenge. In the early days of colonial America, medical knowledge was primitive by today's standards. Colonists faced a multitude of health threats, from infectious diseases to injuries sustained in the harsh wilderness. The average life expectancy was shockingly low, with many children not surviving past their 5th birthday. One of the most feared ailments of the time was smallpox. This highly contagious disease ravaged communities, leaving survivors scarred for life if they were lucky enough to survive at all. In 1721, Boston faced a severe smallpox epidemic. It was during this crisis that a controversial method of prevention emerged: inoculation. Cotton Mather, a Puritan minister, learned of this technique from his enslaved African servant, Onesimus. The practice involved deliberately infecting a healthy person with a small amount of the virus to build immunity. While it proved effective in reducing mortality rates, many colonists were skeptical and even hostile to the idea. Imagine living in a time when the mere suggestion of intentionally exposing yourself to a deadly disease was considered revolutionary. The debate over inoculation divided communities and sparked heated arguments between religious leaders and medical practitioners. Speaking of medical practitioners, the qualifications for doctors in colonial America were far from standardized. Many individuals who called themselves doctors had little to no formal training. Some were apprentices who learned through observation and hands-on experience, while others were simply charlatans looking to make a quick profit. One common medical treatment of the era was bloodletting. This practice, based on the ancient theory of the four humors, involved draining blood from a patient to restore balance in the body. Doctors would use special tools called lancets, or even leeches, to perform this procedure. It's hard to fathom now, but people genuinely believed that removing blood could cure ailments ranging from fevers to mental disorders. Herbal remedies played a significant role in colonial medicine as well. Native American knowledge of local plants was often combined with European folk remedies to create a unique blend of treatments. Colonists would grow medicinal herbs in their gardens, using plants like chamomile for upset stomachs, lavender for headaches, and garlic for infections. However, not all herbal treatments were benign. Some popular remedies of the time included toxic substances like mercury and lead. These dangerous elements were used to treat various conditions, often causing more harm than good. The phrase, "mad as a hatter," actually originates from the neurological effects of mercury poisoning on hat makers who used the substance in their craft. Childbirth was another perilous aspect of colonial life. Midwives were the primary caregivers during pregnancy and delivery, as male doctors were often considered improper for such intimate matters. These midwives relied on generations of passed down knowledge and practical experience to guide women through the dangerous process of childbirth. Despite their skills, maternal and infant mortality rates remained high. Complications such as puerperal fever, often caused by poor hygiene practices, claimed the lives of many new mothers. It wasn't uncommon for women to give birth to 10 or more children, knowing that only a few might survive to adulthood. Dental care in colonial America was equally primitive and often excruciating. Toothaches were treated with a variety of questionable methods, including applying hot coals directly to the affected tooth, or even using gunpowder to cauterize the area. For those requiring tooth extraction, the local barber often doubled as a dentist, using crude tools to yank out the offending tooth without anesthesia. Mental health was another area where colonial practices seem barbaric by modern standards. Those suffering from mental illnesses were often viewed as possessed by evil spirits or simply lacking in moral character. Treatment methods ranged from prayer and exorcism to confinement in crude asylums, where patients were chained and subjected to inhumane conditions. As we reflect on the state of health and medicine in colonial America, it's clear that surviving even the most common ailments was a constant struggle. The lack of understanding about germ theory, limited medical knowledge, and absence of modern sanitation practices made every day a potential health hazard. From the ever-present threat of epidemics to the dangers lurking in common medical treatments, colonial Americans faced a world where good health was a precious and often fleeting commodity. As you drift off to sleep, be grateful for the advancements in medical science that separate us from those challenging times, allowing us to rest easier knowing that a simple infection or fever is no longer a potential death sentence. As we conclude our journey through colonial America, it's clear that life in this era was far from the romanticized version often portrayed in popular culture. The harsh realities of daily existence would likely overwhelm most modern individuals, accustomed to our comfortable lives and advanced technologies. From the moment you woke up in a drafty, dimly lit home, to the back-breaking labor that filled your days, survival was a constant challenge. The ever-present threat of disease loomed large, with even minor infections potentially proving fatal due to limited medical knowledge and primitive treatments. The social structure of colonial America would also be jarring to our modern sensibilities. Strict hierarchies based on class, race, and gender dictated every aspect of life. For many, particularly women, people of color, and indentured servants, personal freedoms were severely limited, if not non-existent. Education, a cornerstone of modern society, was a luxury reserved for the privileged few. Most children were expected to contribute to the family's livelihood from a young age, leaving little time for formal schooling or personal pursuits. The constant specter of conflict, whether with Native American tribes or rival European powers, added an additional layer of uncertainty and danger to colonial life. The need for constant vigilance and the potential for violence were ever-present realities. Even something as simple as enjoying a meal would be a vastly different experience. The limited variety of foods available, the lack of preservation methods, and the constant threat of food shortages would make our modern culinary expectations seem laughably unrealistic. Perhaps most challenging for a modern time traveler would be the isolation and lack of instant communication we've grown accustomed to. News traveled slowly, if at all, and the world beyond one's immediate community often remained a mystery. In reflecting on colonial America, we're reminded of the incredible progress humanity has made in a relatively short span of time. The comforts, freedoms, and opportunities we often take for granted today were hard-won through centuries of struggle, innovation, and societal evolution. While we may romanticize certain aspects of the past, the reality is that most of us would find it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to survive and thrive in colonial America. This realization serves to deepen our appreciation for the advancements of modern society, while also fostering respect for the resilience and determination of our ancestors who laid the foundation for the world we inhabit today. As the first rays of sunlight pierce through the dense fog enveloping the Ganges River, the ancient city of Varanasi slowly stirs to life. It's around 5:30 a.m., and you find yourself transported back to the Gupta Empire, often referred to as the Golden Age of India. The year is approximately 320 CE, and you're about to experience a typical morning in one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. The air is thick with the scent of incense and spices as you make your way through the narrow, winding streets. The sound of bells from nearby temples mingles with the distant chanting of priests, creating a mesmerizing auditory tapestry. As you navigate the bustling alleyways, you notice people of various castes beginning their daily routines. A group of Brahmins, the highest caste, are already making their way to the ghats, the steps leading down to the sacred Ganges. They're dressed in simple white dhotis, their foreheads adorned with sandalwood paste. These learned men will perform their morning ablutions and offer prayers to the sun god, Surya, as they have done for generations. As you continue your walk, you come across a family of Vaisyas, the merchant caste. The father is preparing to open his small shop, which sells an array of colorful textiles and aromatic spices. His wife and children are helping him arrange the goods, their voices a melodic blend of Sanskrit and Prakrit, the common languages of the time. The streets become more crowded as the morning progresses. You see Sudras, the laborer caste, heading to their various occupations. Some are carrying baskets of freshly picked vegetables to the market, while others are transporting clay pots filled with water from the public wells. As you approach the river, you're struck by the sheer number of people gathered at the ghats. The Ganges, considered the holiest of rivers, is central to daily life in Varanasi. You watch as people of all castes perform their morning rituals, immersing themselves in the sacred waters to cleanse both body and soul. Amidst the crowd, you spot a group of Buddhist monks in their distinctive saffron robes. Despite the dominance of Hinduism during the Gupta period, Buddhism still maintains a significant presence. The monks move with quiet purpose, their shaved heads gleaming in the early morning light as they prepare for their daily alms round. As the sun climbs higher, the city's numerous temples come alive with activity. The air is filled with the melodious sound of bells and the rhythmic chanting of mantras. Devotees stream in and out of the ornate structures, offering flowers, incense, and prayers to various deities. Your attention is drawn to a group of children hurrying along the street. They're heading to a nearby Gurukul, a traditional school where they'll spend their day studying the Vedas, Sanskrit literature, mathematics, and other subjects under the guidance of a learned guru. The aroma of freshly cooked food wafts through the air as you pass by several small eateries. Vendors are setting up their stalls, offering an array of breakfast items like idli, dosa, and various types of porridge. The sizzle of spices hitting hot oil and the clinking of metal utensils add to the sensory experience of the awakening city. As you continue your walk, you come across a group of artisans already hard at work. Skilled craftsmen are creating intricate jewelry, weaving fine silk fabrics, and carving elaborate designs into stone and wood. The Gupta period is known for its artistic achievements, and you're witnessing firsthand the creation of items that will be treasured for generations to come. Near the outskirts of the city, you observe farmers heading to their fields, carrying simple tools made of iron. The agricultural innovations of the Gupta period have led to increased crop yields, supporting the growing urban population. As the morning progresses, you notice an increase in commercial activity. Merchants from distant lands are setting up their wares in the marketplace, offering exotic goods from as far away as Rome and China. The Gupta Empire's extensive trade networks have made Varanasi a hub of international commerce. By now, the streets are bustling with activity. The sound of Sanskrit being spoken mingles with the occasional use of Prakrit, creating a linguistic tapestry as rich and varied as the city itself. Scholars debate philosophy and mathematics in the shade of ancient banyan trees, while nearby, a group of musicians tunes their instruments in preparation for a temple performance. As the clock approaches 10:30 a.m., the morning's activities are in full swing. The city of Varanasi, with its blend of spiritual devotion, intellectual pursuits, and bustling commerce, offers a vivid snapshot of life in ancient India during its golden age. The morning's awakening has set the stage for another day in this timeless city on the banks of the sacred Ganges. As we journey through time to ancient India, we find ourselves in a world vastly different from our modern comforts. The housing conditions of this era were as diverse as the subcontinent itself, ranging from simple mud huts to elaborate palaces. Let's explore why you might struggle to adapt to these living arrangements. In rural areas, the majority of people lived in small, single-room dwellings made from readily available materials. These humble abodes, known as kacha houses, were constructed using mud, thatch, bamboo, and wood. While they provided shelter from the elements, they were far from what we'd consider comfortable by today's standards. Imagine waking up on a hard mud floor, your back aching from the lack of proper bedding. The walls around you, though thick, offer little insulation against the extreme temperatures of the Indian climate. During the scorching summer months, the interior of your home would become unbearably hot, with temperatures often soaring above 40 degrees Celsius. Ventilation in these structures was minimal, usually consisting of small windows or openings near the roof. This design, while helping to keep out wild animals and intruders, also meant that smoke from cooking fires would linger inside, irritating your eyes and lungs. The constant presence of smoke would likely lead to respiratory issues over time, a common health problem in ancient India. Water, a resource we take for granted today, was a precious commodity. Most rural dwellings lacked indoor plumbing, meaning you'd need to fetch water from nearby wells or rivers daily. This task, often falling to women and children, could take hours out of your day and expose you to waterborne diseases. In urban areas, housing conditions varied greatly depending on social status. The wealthy lived in more substantial structures called pucca houses, made from fired bricks, stone, or wood. These multi-story buildings offered more space and comfort, but were still a far cry from modern standards. For the average city dweller, however, life was cramped and chaotic. Narrow, winding streets were lined with closely packed homes, often sharing walls with neighbors. Privacy was a luxury few could afford, and the constant noise and bustle of city life would be inescapable. Sanitation in these urban areas was rudimentary at best. Open sewers ran through the streets, carrying waste and spreading disease. The stench would be overwhelming, especially during the hot months, and outbreaks of cholera and dysentery were common occurrences. Regardless of your social status, pests would be a constant nuisance in your ancient Indian home. Rats, mice, and insects thrived in the warm climate and abundance of organic building materials. You'd need to be ever vigilant against these unwanted roommates who could destroy your food stores and spread illness. Speaking of food storage, keeping your provisions fresh would be a daily challenge. Without refrigeration, you'd rely on traditional preservation methods like drying, salting, and pickling. However, the hot and humid climate of India meant that food spoilage was a constant threat, and you'd need to be careful to avoid foodborne illnesses. Lighting your home after dark would be another hurdle. Oil lamps and candles were the primary sources of illumination. but they provided weak, flickering light at best. Reading or performing detailed work in the evenings would strain your eyes, and the ever-present risk of fire meant you'd need to exercise extreme caution. For those living in more substantial dwellings, such as the homes of merchants or nobles, life might seem more comfortable at first glance. However, even these larger structures lacked many of the conveniences we consider essential today. Indoor plumbing was still rare, and waste disposal often involved servants carrying chamber pots to designated areas outside the home. The concept of personal space, as we know it today, was largely non-existent in ancient Indian homes. Extended families often lived together in close quarters, with multiple generations sharing sleeping areas. Privacy would be a rare luxury, and the constant presence of family members and servants would be a significant adjustment for anyone accustomed to modern living arrangements. Despite these challenges, the homes of ancient India were not without their charms. Courtyards were common features in many dwellings, providing a central gathering space for families and allowing for better air circulation. These open areas often featured small gardens or water features, offering a respite from the crowded interiors. In conclusion, while the housing conditions of ancient India might seem daunting to our modern sensibilities, they were well adapted to the climate and cultural norms of the time. The resilience and ingenuity of the ancient Indians in creating homes from available materials and maximizing limited resources is a testament to human adaptability. However, for someone accustomed to the comforts of the 21st century, adjusting to life in an ancient Indian dwelling would undoubtedly be a significant challenge. As we journey through time to ancient India, we find ourselves amidst a civilization that flourished along the banks of the Indus River. Let's explore the culinary landscape of this ancient society, where the foundations of modern Indian cuisine were laid thousands of years ago. In ancient India, food was not just sustenance. It was deeply intertwined with religious beliefs, social structures, and medicinal practices. The concept of Ayurveda, an ancient system of medicine, greatly influenced dietary habits. According to Ayurvedic principles, foods were classified based on their taste, energy, and post-digestive effect. The staple diet of ancient Indians primarily consisted of grains, particularly barley and rice. Archaeological evidence from sites like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro reveals the presence of large granaries, indicating the importance of these crops. Wheat, though present, was less common compared to later periods. Lentils and pulses played a crucial role in providing protein to the largely vegetarian population. Various types of dal, including mung beans, chickpeas, and red lentils, were consumed regularly. These were often cooked into thick stews or soups, providing a hearty and nutritious meal. Vegetables were an essential part of the ancient Indian diet. Leafy greens like spinach, fenugreek leaves, and amaranth were popular choices. Root vegetables such as radishes, carrots, and turnips were also cultivated and consumed. Interestingly, many vegetables we associate with Indian cuisine today, like potatoes and tomatoes, were not present in ancient times, as they were introduced much later from the Americas. Fruits were both enjoyed fresh and used in cooking. Mangoes, jackfruit, and various citrus fruits were common. Dates and figs were particularly prized and often mentioned in ancient texts. These fruits not only provided essential vitamins, but were also used in religious ceremonies and as offerings to deities. Dairy products held a special place in ancient Indian cuisine. Milk, curd, and ghee clarified butter were considered sacred and used extensively in both cooking and religious rituals. The cow was revered, and its products were seen as pure and beneficial for health. Spices, the hallmark of Indian cuisine, have been used since ancient times. Black pepper, turmeric, ginger, and garlic were not just flavor enhancers, but also valued for their medicinal properties. Cinnamon and cardamom, though likely imported, were highly prized and used in small quantities. Meat consumption in ancient India varied depending on region, social class, and religious beliefs. While some texts mention the consumption of beef in very early periods, it gradually became taboo. Fish was common in coastal areas and along rivers. Hunting was practiced, particularly by the nobility, but vegetarianism was increasingly promoted, especially with the rise of religions like Buddhism and Jainism. Cooking methods in ancient India were diverse. Boiling was common for preparing grains and lentils. Roasting and baking were done using tandoors, clay ovens that are still used in modern Indian cooking. Frying became more prevalent with the increased use of oils and ghee. The ancient Indians also had a sophisticated understanding of food preservation. Sun-drying fruits and vegetables, pickling, and using salt for preservation were common practices. This allowed them to store food for longer periods and survive through seasons when fresh produce was scarce. Interestingly, the concept of fasting was an integral part of ancient Indian culture. Regular fasts were observed for religious and health reasons. These periods of abstinence were believed to cleanse the body and mind. The ancient Indian approach to nutrition was holistic. Food was seen not just as a means of satisfying hunger, but as a way to maintain balance in the body. The 6 rasas or tastes, sweet, sour, salty, pungent, bitter, and astringent, were believed to be essential for a complete diet. As we conclude our culinary journey through ancient India, it's clear that many aspects of this ancient cuisine have survived and evolved into the rich and diverse Indian cuisine we know today. The emphasis on vegetarianism, the use of lentils and grains, the importance of dairy, and the extensive use of spices are all legacies of this ancient culinary tradition. From the banks of the Indus to the modern kitchens of India and beyond, the flavors, principles, and wisdom of ancient Indian cuisine continue to influence and inspire. As you drift off to sleep, imagine the aromatic spices and wholesome meals that nourished this great civilization thousands of years ago. As we journey through the annals of history, let's turn our attention to ancient India, where the intricacies of work and social status shaped the lives of millions. In this complex civilization, your place in society was often predetermined, influencing every aspect of your daily existence. The foundation of ancient Indian society was the caste system, a hierarchical structure that divided people into distinct social groups. At the top were the Brahmins, the priestly and scholarly class. If you were born a Brahmin, you'd be expected to dedicate your life to religious and intellectual pursuits. Below the Brahmins were the Kshatriyas, the warrior and ruling class. As a Kshatriya, you'd be trained in combat from a young age, expected to protect your people and potentially rule over them. The weight of leadership and warfare would rest heavily on your shoulders. The third tier consisted of the Vaisyas, merchants, and traders. If you found yourself in this caste, your days would be filled with commerce, agriculture, and animal husbandry. You'd navigate the complex world of trade, balancing profits with the strict moral codes of your society. At the bottom of the hierarchy were the Sudras, the laborers and artisans. As a Sudra, you'd face a life of hard work and limited opportunities. Your skills in craftsmanship or manual labor would be essential to the functioning of society. Yet, your social status would remain low. Outside this four-tier system were the untouchables, or Dalits. If fate placed you in this group, you'd face severe discrimination and be relegated to the most menial and undesirable jobs, such as cleaning sewers or disposing of the dead. The caste system was not just a social construct. It was deeply ingrained in religious beliefs and daily practices. Your caste would determine who you could interact with, what jobs you could hold, and even what you could eat or wear. Intermarriage between castes was strictly forbidden, and attempts to change your social status were met with harsh consequences. In the realm of work, specialization was common. Entire families and communities would dedicate themselves to specific crafts or trades, passing down their skills through generations. If you were born into a family of weavers, for example, it was almost certain that you too would become a weaver. The concept of formal education varied greatly depending on your social status. Brahmin children would begin their education early, memorizing sacred texts and studying complex philosophical concepts. Kshatriya youth would focus on martial arts and statecraft. For lower castes, education was often limited to practical skills passed down within the family or community. Women in ancient India faced additional challenges. Their roles were primarily domestic, focused on maintaining the household and raising children. However, some women from upper castes did receive education, and there are historical accounts of female scholars and even rulers. The economy of ancient India was diverse and sophisticated. If you lived in an urban center, you might find yourself working in bustling markets, dealing in goods ranging from spices and textiles to precious metals and gemstones. Rural areas were dominated by agriculture, with farmers cultivating crops like rice, wheat, and cotton. Artisans played a crucial role in society. Skilled craftsmen produced intricate jewelry, fine textiles, and elaborate sculptures. The quality of Indian craftsmanship was renowned, attracting traders from distant lands and contributing to the region's prosperity. For those in the merchant class, life could be both rewarding and perilous. Long-distance trade expeditions were common, with caravans and ships carrying goods across vast distances. These journeys were fraught with dangers, from treacherous terrain to pirates and bandits. The concept of social mobility, as we understand it today, was largely absent in ancient India. Your birth determined your place in society, and challenging this order was not only difficult, but often considered a violation of divine law. This rigid structure provided stability, but also perpetuated inequality and limited individual aspirations. Despite these limitations, ancient Indian society was not entirely static. Periods of social and religious reform movements occasionally challenged the established order. Philosophies like Buddhism and Jainism emerged, offering alternative worldviews that questioned traditional hierarchies. As we reflect on the complexities of work and social status in ancient India, we're reminded of the profound impact societal structures can have on individual lives. The echoes of this ancient system continue to resonate in modern India, even as the country grapples with its historical legacy and strives for a more equitable future. As we journey through the annals of ancient civilizations, let's turn our attention to the Indian subcontinent, where health and medicine practices were as diverse as the culture itself. In ancient India, the approach to wellness was holistic, intertwining physical, mental, and spiritual aspects of life. The foundations of Indian medicine can be traced back to the Vedic period, around 1500 BCE. The Atharvaveda, one of the 4 sacred texts of Hinduism, contains numerous hymns and incantations for treating various ailments. These early medical practices often blended religious rituals with practical remedies, reflecting the spiritual nature of Indian society. One of the most significant contributions of ancient India to the field of medicine was the development of Ayurveda, which which translates to the science of life. Ayurvedic principles were based on the belief that health and wellness depend on a delicate balance between mind, body, and spirit. The two main texts of Ayurveda, the Charaka Samhita and the Sushruta Samhita, were compiled between 200 BCE and 200 CE, forming the cornerstone of this ancient medical system. According to Ayurvedic theory, the human body is composed of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. These elements combine to form 3 doshas, or bioenergies: vata, pitta, and kapha. Each individual was thought to have a unique combination of these doshas, which determined their physical and mental characteristics, as well as their susceptibility to certain diseases. Treatment in Ayurveda focused on restoring balance to the doshas through diet, herbal remedies, and lifestyle changes. Practitioners would prescribe specific foods, exercises, and daily routines tailored to an individual's dosha composition. This personalized approach to medicine was far ahead of its time and continues to influence holistic health practices today. Ancient Indian physicians also made remarkable advancements in surgery. The aforementioned Sushruta Samhita, attributed to the physician Sushruta, contains detailed descriptions of over 300 surgical procedures and 120 surgical instruments. Sushruta is often referred to as the father of surgery due to his pioneering techniques in plastic surgery, particularly rhinoplasty. One of the most famous surgical procedures described in the Sushruta Samhita is the reconstruction of the nose using a skin flap from the cheek or forehead. This technique, developed to repair noses that had been cut off as punishment for certain crimes, was so advanced that it remained largely unchanged until the 18th century, when it was rediscovered by Western surgeons. Ancient Indian medicine also placed great emphasis on preventive care and hygiene. Daily routines, known as dinacharya, were prescribed to maintain good health. These routines included practices such as oil pulling, tongue scraping, and nasal cleansing, many of which are still followed in India and have gained popularity in other parts of the world as alternative health practices. The use of medicinal plants was another cornerstone of ancient Indian healthcare. The Charaka Samhita describes over 340 plant-based medicines, their properties, and their uses. Many of these herbs, such as turmeric, ginger, and holy basil, are still widely used today for their therapeutic properties. Despite these advancements, life in ancient India was far from easy when it came to health and medicine. The average lifespan was significantly shorter than it is today, and many diseases that are now easily treatable were often fatal. Epidemics were not uncommon, and the lack of understanding about germ theory meant that infections could spread rapidly through densely populated areas. Moreover, access to medical care was not universal. While the royal courts and wealthy families could afford the services of skilled physicians, the common people often had to rely on local healers or home remedies. The caste system also played a role in healthcare, with certain medical practices being restricted to specific castes. Mental health was another area where ancient Indian medicine made significant contributions. The concept of the mind-body connection was central to Ayurvedic philosophy. Practices such as yoga and meditation, which originated in ancient India, were used not only for spiritual purposes, but also as therapeutic tools for maintaining mental well-being. As we reflect on the health and medicine practices of ancient India, it's clear that while they made remarkable advancements in many areas, daily life was still fraught with health challenges that we take for granted today. The absence of modern diagnostic tools, antibiotics, and surgical techniques meant that many conditions we now consider minor could have been life-threatening in ancient times. Nevertheless, the holistic approach to health developed in ancient India continues to influence medical practices worldwide. The emphasis on preventive care, personalized treatment, and the integration of physical and mental well-being are principles that resonate with many contemporary healthcare philosophies. As we close this chapter on ancient Indian medicine, we're reminded of the ingenuity and wisdom of our ancestors, who laid the foundations for many of the medical practices we benefit from today. Their legacy serves as a testament to the enduring human quest for health and well-being, a journey that continues to evolve with each passing era. As we conclude our journey through ancient India, it's clear that surviving in this fascinating civilization would have been a formidable challenge for modern individuals. The complex social structure, religious practices, and daily hardships would have tested even the most adaptable among us. The caste system, deeply ingrained in ancient Indian society, would have dictated every aspect of your life, from your occupation to your social interactions. Your place in society would have been predetermined at birth. For those accustomed to social mobility and equal opportunities, this rigid hierarchy would have been suffocating and oppressive. The religious landscape of ancient India was rich and diverse, but it also came with strict obligations and rituals. Daily worship, elaborate ceremonies, and adherence to numerous dietary restrictions would have consumed a significant portion of your time and energy. The concept of karma and reincarnation would have influenced every decision, as the consequences of your actions were believed to extend far beyond a single lifetime. Health and hygiene in ancient India posed significant challenges. While Ayurvedic medicine offered some remedies, the lack of modern medical knowledge meant that even minor ailments could become life-threatening. The tropical climate, combined with limited sanitation infrastructure, created breeding grounds for various diseases and parasites. Education and knowledge were highly valued in ancient India, but access to learning was not universal. The oral tradition of passing down knowledge meant that memorization skills were crucial. The absence of modern technology for record keeping and communication would have made information gathering and sharing a laborious process. The economy of ancient India was primarily agrarian, with trade playing a significant role in urban centers. However, for the majority of the population, life revolved around subsistence farming. The unpredictability of monsoons, the threat of droughts or floods, and the constant struggle against pests would have made agricultural life a continuous battle for survival. While ancient India made remarkable advancements in mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, daily life for most people was far from comfortable by modern standards. The absence of electricity, running water, and basic amenities that we take for granted would have made even simple tasks arduous and time-consuming. In conclusion, while ancient India was a cradle of profound wisdom and cultural richness, the daily realities of life in this era would have been extremely challenging for someone accustomed to modern comforts and freedoms. The strict social hierarchy, omnipresent religious duties, health risks, and physical hardships would have made survival a constant struggle, testing both physical endurance and mental resilience. As the first rays of sunlight pierce through the intricate latticework of your window, you find yourself stirring in your modest dwelling within the bustling heart of Constantinople, the jewel of the Ottoman Empire. The year is 1683, and you're about to experience a day in the life of an ordinary citizen under the rule of Sultan Mehmed IV. The call to prayer echoes across the city, emanating from the towering minarets of the Sultanate Mosque. This melodious sound serves as your alarm clock, signaling the start of a new day in this sprawling metropolis that straddles two continents. As you rise from your simple mattress filled with straw, you're immediately reminded of the stark differences between your life and that of a modern person. The absence of running water means no morning shower or flush toilet. Instead, you reach for a ceramic pitcher and pour water into a basin to wash your face and hands. Your clothing is simple but functional. Men don loose-fitting shirts and baggy trousers, while women wear long, modest dresses and headscarves. The fabric is rough against your skin, a far cry from the soft, synthetic materials of the future. Stepping out onto the narrow, winding streets, you're greeted by a cacophony of sounds and a riot of smells. The air is thick with the aroma of freshly baked bread from nearby bakeries, mingling with less pleasant odors from open sewers running along the streets. As you make your way through the crowded alleys, you're struck by the diversity of the Ottoman Empire. Greeks, Armenians, Jews, and Turks all coexist in this cosmopolitan city, each group contributing to the vibrant tapestry of urban life. Your first stop is the local coffee house, a relatively new institution that has become a center of social and intellectual life. Here, men gather to discuss politics, trade news, and engage in lively debates. The rich aroma of Turkish coffee fills the air as you sip the strong, bitter brew from a small porcelain cup. However, your peaceful morning is interrupted by the sight of a group of janissaries marching down the street. These elite soldiers, originally composed of Christian boys taken from their families and converted to Islam, are a formidable presence in the city. Their power has grown to the point where they can make or break sultans, and their passing serves as a reminder of the complex political landscape you inhabit. As you leave the coffee house, you notice a public scribe setting up his stand in the square. In a society where literacy is not widespread, these skilled writers play a crucial role, helping people compose letters, prepare legal documents, and even write poetry for loved ones. The morning progresses, and you find yourself in the Grand Bazaar, one of the largest covered markets in the world. The sheer variety of goods on display is overwhelming. Spices from India, silks from Persia, furs from Russia, and ceramics from China. The air is filled with the shouts of merchants hawking their wares and the intense negotiations between buyers and sellers. As you navigate through the crowded aisles, you're acutely aware of the strict social hierarchy that governs Ottoman society. The clothes people wear, the way they speak, and even how they carry themselves all indicate their place in the social order. As a commoner, you know your limitations and the importance of showing proper deference to your social superiors. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out nearby. A thief has been caught trying to steal from a merchant's stall. The punishment for theft is severe in the Ottoman Empire, often involving public humiliation or physical mutilation. You watch as the local authorities drag the unfortunate man away, likely to face a harsh sentence. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the often brutal nature of justice in this era. The concept of human rights, as we understand them today, is centuries away, and the power of the state to punish is absolute and often arbitrary. As the morning wears on, you begin to feel the gnawing pangs of hunger. Unlike in modern times, there are no restaurants as we know them. Instead, you might stop at a small kebab shop or buy some bread and cheese from a street vendor. The food is simple but filling, though the lack of refrigeration and modern sanitation means that foodborne illnesses are a constant risk. As you finish your meal, you reflect on the challenges and wonders of life in the Ottoman Empire. While it's a world of incredible cultural richness and historical significance, it's also a place where survival is never guaranteed, where disease and conflict are ever-present threats, and where your fate is often determined by factors beyond your control. The morning in Constantinople draws to a close, but your day in the heart of the Ottoman Empire is far from over. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, you prepare yourself for the challenges and adventures that the afternoon will bring in this complex and fascinating world of the past. As we continue our journey through history, let's turn our attention to the Ottoman Empire and explore the housing conditions that prevailed during its reign. The Ottoman Empire, which lasted from the 14th to the early 20th century, was known for its vast territorial expanse and diverse population. This diversity was reflected in the various types of housing found throughout the empire. In the urban areas of the Ottoman Empire, particularly in cities like Istanbul, Edirne, and Bursa, housing was characterized by a mix of architectural styles and social stratification. The wealthy elite, including high-ranking officials and merchants, often resided in large, ornate mansions known as konaks. These multi-story wooden structures were impressive in their size and decoration, featuring intricate carvings, colorful tiles, and spacious courtyards. However, if you were an average citizen in the Ottoman Empire, your living conditions would have been far less luxurious. Most people lived in modest dwellings called ev, or houses. These were typically two-story structures, with the ground floor reserved for storage or workshops, while the upper floor served as living quarters. The houses were often built close together, creating narrow, winding streets that offered shade from the hot sun and protection from strong winds. One peculiar aspect of Ottoman housing that might surprise you was the concept of the harem. This was a separate section of the house reserved for women and children, inaccessible to male visitors. Even in smaller homes, there was often an attempt to create some form of separation between male and female living spaces, reflecting the social norms of the time. The materials used in construction varied depending on the region and available resources. In areas with abundant timber, such as the Black Sea coast, wooden houses were common. These structures were built using a technique called himish, which involved a wooden frame filled with rubble and mud bricks. In more arid regions, stone and mud brick construction was prevalent. One of the most challenging aspects of daily life in Ottoman housing was the lack of modern amenities. Imagine living without running water, electricity, or indoor plumbing. Water had to be fetched from public fountains or wells and carried home. Sanitation was a significant issue, with waste often disposed of in the streets or in primitive cesspools. Heating and cooling were also constant concerns. In winter, homes were heated using braziers filled with charcoal, which not only provided warmth, but also posed a fire hazard. The risk of fire was so great that in many Ottoman cities, night watchmen were employed to patrol the streets and watch for any signs of flames. During the hot summer months, people relied on architectural features like thick walls, small windows, and overhanging upper stories to keep their homes cool. Some wealthy households even had underground rooms called serdab that provided a cool retreat during the hottest parts of the day. Furniture in Ottoman homes was minimal by modern standards. Most activities, including eating and sleeping, took place on the floor. Low-lying divans, cushions, and carpets were the primary forms of furnishing. Tables were small and portable, brought out only when needed. This arrangement allowed for flexible use of space and easy cleaning. Lighting was another challenge in Ottoman homes. Before the introduction of gas and electric lighting in the late 19th century, people relied on oil lamps, candles, and natural light. Windows were often small to maintain privacy and regulate temperature, which meant that interiors could be quite dark. Despite these challenges, Ottoman homes were not without their charms. Many featured beautiful decorative elements, such as carved wooden ceilings, colorful tiles, and intricate metalwork. Gardens were an important part of Ottoman housing culture, with even small homes often having a courtyard or rooftop garden where families could enjoy the outdoors in privacy. As the Ottoman Empire began to modernize in the 19th century, housing conditions gradually improved. European-style apartment buildings began to appear in major cities, and amenities like running water and gas lighting became more common. However, these improvements were largely limited to wealthy neighborhoods and did not reach the majority of the population until well into the 20th century. In conclusion, while the housing conditions in the Ottoman Empire might seem primitive by today's standards, they were adapted to the climate, culture, and technology of the time. From the grand connexes of the elite to the modest homes of ordinary citizens, Ottoman dwellings reflect a rich architectural heritage that continues to influence design in Turkey and beyond to this day. As we continue our journey through history, let's turn our attention to the Ottoman Empire and explore their culinary practices and nutritional habits. The Ottoman Empire, spanning from the 14th to the early 20th century, was known for its rich and diverse cuisine. Influenced by its vast territories across Europe, Asia, and Africa. In the Ottoman Empire, food was not just sustenance. It was an integral part of social life and cultural identity. The imperial kitchen of Topkapi Palace in Istanbul was a marvel of organization and efficiency, capable of feeding thousands of people daily. The head chef, or ashsebashi, held a position of great importance and prestige within the palace hierarchy. The Ottoman diet was primarily based on grains, with wheat being the most important. Bread was a staple food, consumed by all social classes. The quality and type of bread varied depending on one's social status. The elite enjoyed fine white bread, while the common people ate darker, coarser varieties made from barley or millet. Rice was another essential grain in Ottoman cuisine, often used in pilafs and stuffed vegetables. The empire's agricultural policies encouraged rice cultivation, particularly in the Balkans and Anatolia. This led to the development of numerous rice-based dishes that are still popular in modern Turkish cuisine. Meat played a significant role in Ottoman cuisine, especially lamb and mutton. However, its consumption was often limited to the upper classes and special occasions for the common people. Poultry, such as chicken and duck, was more widely available. Fish was also consumed, particularly in coastal regions and along the empire's many rivers. The Ottoman Empire's vast territory provided access to a wide variety of fruits and vegetables. Fresh produce was abundant in season, and preservation techniques like drying and pickling ensured availability throughout the year. Eggplants, tomatoes, peppers, and zucchini were particularly popular and featured in many dishes. Dairy products were an important part of the Ottoman diet. Yogurt, known as yogurt, was consumed daily and used in both savory and sweet dishes. Various cheeses, especially those made from sheep's and goat's milk, were also common. Ayran, a refreshing drink made from yogurt and water, was a popular beverage, especially during hot summer months. The empire's position at the crossroads of trade routes meant that spices played a crucial role in Ottoman cuisine. Cinnamon, cloves, saffron, and black pepper were highly prized and used to flavor both savory and sweet dishes. The use of spices was not just for taste, but also reflected one's social status and wealth. Sweets and desserts held a special place in Ottoman culinary tradition. The imperial kitchens employed dedicated teams of confectioners who created elaborate desserts for palace feasts. Baklava, a layered pastry filled with nuts and soaked in syrup, was one of the most famous Ottoman sweets. Other popular desserts included lokum Turkish delight and hava. Coffee, introduced to the empire in the 16th century, quickly became an essential part of Ottoman social life. Coffee houses sprang up across cities, serving as centers for social gatherings, intellectual discussions, and even political debates. The ritual of coffee preparation and consumption became an art form in itself. The Ottoman approach to nutrition was influenced by both practical considerations and religious beliefs. The Islamic faith, which was dominant in the empire, had dietary laws that prohibited the consumption of pork and alcohol. However, non-Muslim communities within the empire maintained their own dietary customs, contributing to the overall diversity of Ottoman cuisine. The concept of balance in diet was important in Ottoman culture, influenced by the ancient Greek theory of humors. Foods were classified as hot or cold, and people tried to maintain equilibrium by consuming a mix of both. This belief system also influenced medical practices, with certain foods prescribed for various ailments. Despite the richness of Ottoman cuisine, malnutrition was not uncommon among the lower classes, especially during times of war or economic hardship. The diet of the poor was often limited to bread, vegetables, and occasional meat. In contrast, the elite enjoyed lavish feasts with multiple courses and exotic ingredients. The Ottoman Empire's culinary legacy continues to influence modern Turkish cuisine and many other cuisines in the regions once under Ottoman rule. Dishes like kebabs, dolma, stuffed vegetables, and various meze appetizers have their roots in Ottoman culinary traditions and have spread far beyond the empire's former borders. As we conclude this segment on food and nutrition in the Ottoman Empire, we can appreciate the rich tapestry of flavors, ingredients, and culinary traditions that developed over centuries. From the humble bread of the common people to the elaborate feasts of the sultans, Ottoman cuisine reflects the empire's history, geography, and cultural diversity. As we conclude our journey through history, let's explore the intricacies of work and social status in the Ottoman Empire. This vast realm, spanning centuries and continents, had a complex social structure that would seem alien to modern sensibilities. In the Ottoman Empire, your social status was largely determined by your occupation and religious affiliation. The society was divided into two main classes: the ruling class, known as askari, and the subject class, called Riya. The askari were exempt from taxes and held positions of power, while the Riya were responsible for paying taxes and formed the majority of the population. If you were born into a Muslim family, you'd have more opportunities for advancement. Islam was the dominant religion, and Muslims held most of the high-ranking positions in the government and military. However, this didn't mean that non-Muslims were entirely excluded from power and influence. The Ottoman Empire practiced a system called the millet system, which allowed religious minorities, such as Christians and Jews, to maintain their own religious laws and customs. These communities were largely self-governing in matters of personal status and religious practice. However, they were required to pay a special tax called the jizya in exchange for protection and exemption from military service. Speaking of military service, if you were a young Christian boy in the Balkans during certain periods of Ottoman rule, you might have been subjected to the devshirme system. This controversial practice involved the forcible recruitment of Christian boys into the Ottoman military and bureaucracy. These boys were converted to Islam and trained to serve the empire, often rising to high positions of power as janissaries or administrators. For the average person in the Ottoman Empire, daily life revolved around their occupation. Farmers, who made up the majority of the population, lived in small villages and worked the land. They were required to pay taxes in the form of crops or money to the local authorities. Urban dwellers often worked as artisans or merchants, organized into guilds that regulated their professions. If you were lucky enough to be born into or gain entry to the ruling class, you might have worked as a bureaucrat in the vast Ottoman administration. The empire prided itself on its meritocratic system, where talented individuals could rise through the ranks based on their abilities. However, nepotism and favoritism were not uncommon, especially in later periods. Women in the Ottoman Empire had limited public roles, but they were not entirely powerless. In the imperial harem, mothers and wives of sultans often wielded significant influence over politics and succession. Some women also participated in economic life as property owners or managers of charitable foundations called waqfs. Slavery was a reality in the Ottoman Empire, but it differed from the chattel slavery practiced in the Americas. Slaves in the Ottoman system could rise to positions of power and influence, particularly if they were part of the palace household. Many slaves were eventually freed, and some even became wealthy and influential members of society. Education was highly valued in Ottoman society, particularly religious education. If you showed promise as a scholar, you might have studied at a madrasa, learning subjects such as Islamic law, theology, and literature. The most talented students could aspire to join the ulama, the class of religious scholars who held significant sway in Ottoman society and governance. As we've seen throughout this journey, life in historical societies was often challenging and marked by stark inequalities. The Ottoman Empire, despite its achievements in art, architecture, and governance, was no exception. Your place in this complex social hierarchy would have largely determined your opportunities, challenges, and daily experiences. And so, as we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how far we've come in terms of social mobility and equality, while acknowledging that many of these historical challenges still echo in our modern world. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the rich tapestry of human history we've explored together.